and then there was a 76 bicentennial. And today, I have all 5 issues in the highest grade certified in the NGC pedigree holder, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. And I'm going to take you on a little educational journey in the next 5-10 minutes. This can't be a very long presentation because to get them in this grade, 69 Ultra Cameo, using my standards, these are rare coins. They are great coins to put away for today, and I have them at a great price for you. As with every coin series, the key to acquiring Eisenhower dollars is to focus on acquiring only those examples that are strictly graded. As I said at the beginning of this presentation, I've specialized in the finest United States proof coins for over 35 years. From proof gold double eagles to proof Morgan dollars to the latest proof Kennedy half dollars. Of greatest interest to me have been those proof coins struck after World War II that meet the 3 following criteria. Number 1, the finest examples should have exceptional eye appeal. When we're talking about proof Eisenhower dollars, we're talking about those proof Eisenhower dollars that are the earliest strikes off the die with the heaviest cameo contrast. Number 2, they should be exceptional high quality coins. At least proof 68 for the Eisenhower dollar series. And number 3, and most importantly, when they meet those criteria, exceptional cameo contrast, very high grade, you have some coins that are conditionally very rare. First of all, if you're new to collecting, these are proof coins. There are 2 basic kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce or struck in what we call mint state condition. And then there are coins struck specifically for collectors that are not meant for commerce. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Mint state coins, and I have a mint state Eisenhower dollar here as an example, do not receive any special treatment. They're struck once, they're ejected from the die press into a bin. A lot of times they go through coin counting machines, and then in this case, these silver issues are encapsulated in these special cellophane envelopes. Proof coins, the making of a proof coin is very labor intensive. When you look at all the Eisenhower dollars struck over the entirety of the series, take a look at this, folks. To make a proof coin requires a lot of craftsmanship and a lot of time to strike each coin. When you look at the Eisenhower dollar series, where there were about 750 million struck between the mint state and proof, but only 4% of those were struck in proof condition, and only 12 million were struck in silver. Now, what makes these Eisenhower dollars so special is that during this era, especially the early part of the era, the making of a cameo coin was extremely difficult. What they would do is take a die and dip it in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And that acid would create a frosted cameo effect, or a frosted effect over the entire die. And then they would take that die and place it on the buffing wheel and buff the fields until they had a mirror-like finish. Now, the earliest strikes off that die would have the frosted portrait of Eisenhower transferred to the coin blank. However, these acid-etched cameo dies were very delicate. They wore very quickly. So there were very few Eisenhower dollars struck that had exceptional cameo contrast during this early era. And then, during the mid-70s, in an effort to create more cameo coins, the Mint actually began to use a sandblasting process to create cameo proofs, where they would actually sandblast the die to create an intense frosted effect. They would buff the fields, and they would actually then chrome plate the die to give the dies extra hardness, extra durability. And so they were able to strike more cameo coins. But this process really wasn't perfected until 1978, which was the last year of the Eisenhower dollar series. These Eisenhower dollars you're looking at, folks, to give you an idea of how rare they are. You saw the total mintage. Now I've got a population chart that shows the mintage of the individual dates in proof condition. The silver proofs are highlighted in red. First year of issue was the highest mintage, about 4.2 million struck in proof. 72, 1.8 million. 73, only about 1 million coins. 74, almost as rare as a 73, 1.3 million. And then you had the bicentennial, which was actually struck for 2 years with a mintage of about 4 million. What's most important, you have that low mintage, but very few of those Eisenhower dollars have survived in exceptional cameo condition like you see in this set here. Now, first of all, again, only the earliest strikes off these dies had this exceptional cameo contrast. But then, when they packaged these Eisenhower dollars, they packaged them, I call them body bags. We call them brown ikes. This is original government packaging. And you could have had an exceptional early strike off the die. But over the years, the coin would deteriorate because of the poor packaging. Here's a 1973S. Now, this is a later strike. It has barely any cameo contrast. And this is your typical 1973S. It's basically a brilliant proof. If we zoom in, you can see some haze over the surface of the coin. And this is what your typical proofs look like in the silver series from this era. Here's another one. This is a 71. Now, folks, it just amazes me that the Mint would go to all this work to create these proof coins. Proof coins were double struck. They were individually handled. They were not allowed to braid with any other coins. And then they would be put in this packaging, which was the worst possible packaging. The packaging was not inert. The material in the holder would react with the silver coin and create this heavy toning that usually can't be removed. This is a 74. The vast majority look just like this. Again, take a look at these 5 issues that I have. Folks, I'm only going to take about 5 minutes more in this presentation because I have a limited number of these coins. Okay, you take a look at these coins. They have exceptional ultra cameo contrast, exceptional surfaces. These are the highest grades that have gone into this proprietary Eisenhower dollar holder. You look at the obverse and reverse cameo contrast, very heavily frosted. The 72, every single coin is going to have exceptional cameo contrast. And by the way, these are the standards that were originally adopted by PCGS and NGC when they developed their deep cameo, ultra cameo grading standards in the early 1990s. Here's the 73, the lowest mintage issue in the series. Very tough coin. Folks, this entire set is $795 for all 5 coins. They are extremely difficult to get in the condition you see them now in this proprietary holder. This is a great long-term collection for the collector of today. And here's the bicentennial, celebrating a 200th anniversary of our nation with that unique bicentennial reverse. At the top here, I made a comparison chart here for you. And it compares some of the typical Eisenhower dollars you see in 6.9 DCAM, 6.9 Ultra Cameo condition to the ones that are in my Eisenhower dollar holder. And you could tell when you look, for example, starting with the PCGS coin on the left. Now, it's in a 6.9 deep cameo holder. It doesn't meet my standards for exceptional deep cameo contrast. The PCGS Deep Cameo and NGC Ultra Cameo are the names that these two services give for coins, cameo coins with the heaviest cameo contrast. Folks, this is the perfect time to begin building a proof Eisenhower dollar set. It's extremely difficult putting one of these sets together. Again, the entire set is $795. That's less than $200 a coin. the latest NGC population numbers. If you go onto the NGC website and you look at how many are certified in the pedigree holder, 71S, I've certified 90 examples to date. 72S, 84. 73S, only 56. The 74S, really difficult to get, 31. And the 76S Silver, 96. Of course, there are going to be more coins graded in the years ahead, but the important point is that they're going to be extremely scarce to very rare in 6/9 Ultra Cameo condition in this pedigree holder. This is a great series to collect. If you want to just acquire one coin, to just get one example of a superb silver Eisenhower dollar, I do have an offer on the 1973S. You can acquire the 1973S, the silver issue, the lowest mintage issue, for $249. There is a limit of 2 per customer. Again, I have a very limited quantity of these coins in this condition. It's extremely difficult to get these with the exceptional cameo contrast, the exceptional surfaces that you see on these coins. Sasha's got a couple comparison coins, again, to show you the difference between the Eisenhower dollars that I have in this holder and the Eisenhower dollars, same grade, that are not in the proprietary Eisenhower dollar holder. Here, for example, PCGS has graded over 20,000 examples of the 76S Bicentennial Silver in 6/9 DCAM. A lot of them look like the coin you see here. You look at the obverse and reverse. I mean, okay, maybe it meets the PCGS Deep Cameo standard, but it doesn't meet my standard for exceptional cameo contrast for the date and grade. Here's another example, 71S in a 6/9 DCAM. Now, this has some kind of Eisenhower label holder. That really doesn't mean anything. It's just a label. It has nothing to do with the coin. There's a QA sticker on that. That's not my seal. Folks, you're buying the coin and not the holder. In this case, you look at one of these bicentennials that I have in this set. This is what they're going to look like. It's going to be among the first strikes off the die, perfectly preserved as if it were struck yesterday. Folks, in this kind of condition that you see here, these are rare proof Eisenhower dollars. The entire set, again, is $795. You can get the 73S. If you just want to get one coin, I have 73S, a limited time offer, limit 2 per customer, $249 for a 73S. Okay, I don't offer any of the other dates individually at this time because I have very limited quantities. I hope you can take advantage of this. This is a great series for the future. When we apply really strict, fair grading standards to these coins, the Eisenhower dollars are extremely rare in the condition you see them in. And you will get a brochure with every set that explains the pedigree holder, whether you get a Franklin half dollar in my pedigree holder, a Kennedy half dollar, or is it Eisenhower dollar. It's all there. It's about your future. The Eisenhower Temasca pedigree benefits for you, guaranteeing you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. On the reverse of the brochure, my long-term goal for the collector of today and for the collector of future generations, 100 years from now, is that when you get an Eisenhower dollar or a Franklin half dollar or a Kennedy half dollar and one of these holders means I've reviewed the coin. It meets my standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the grade. I've spent my lifetime studying these coins, folks. They are the gold standard for their respective series. And the best part of all, folks, your eyes will see the difference. You don't have to be a grading expert to see the difference between one of my Eisenhower dollars here and what is typically available on the market. Your eyes can see the difference. They're beautiful coins with exceptional cameo contrast. They're extremely rare in the condition you see them in. I have them at a great price for these sets, $795. This is a great ground level opportunity for the collector of today. These coins are so undervalued in the condition you see them in. I hope you can take advantage of it. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. Folks, I've spent my lifetime studying these coins. Okay, I've seen more of these coins, millions and millions of these proof coins, more than any other dealer or collector in the country. you are getting the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. That's my guarantee to you. Thank you for watching.
I'm Jack McNamara, and I'm here in the living room of Eisenhower's personal home in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. This fireplace originally had been in the White House up until 1873, and then was given to Eisenhower as a gift from his staff. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
All right, ante up, everyone. $1.
Pass.
You're gonna pass Stagecoach, Mary?
Hey, I know when to lay him down.
All right. How about you, Jack?
I'll open up with $1.
An 1897 Morgan. Not bad, Jack.
That's too rich for my blood.
But I'm gonna raise you a 1902 Morgan. What do you think of that?
Okay, I'll raise you an 1887 S and a 1904 P.
Ha! You ain't nothing but a sissy boy. I'm gonna raise you an 1888 SAU and an 1891 CC Spittin' Eagle.
I raise you an 1878 7/8 tail feathers and two 1899 P's.
You call that a raise, bootlicker? Well, I'm gonna raise you three 1879 CC Morgan dollars in gem condition. Now, what do you think of that? I got a full house, aces high. Now let me see your cards, Jack. What do you got?
4 jacks.
4 jacks! Let me see them! Not bad, Jack. That's a darn impressive hand, if I do say so.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for Carson City Silver Dollars, and we have an unbelievable deal for Carson City Silver Dollars. Not just 1 or 2 coins, but a really nice assortment of some of the hardest coins in the Morgan Dollar series to get. You know, Carson City was an unbelievable mint. It was opened up because of the silver rush. Now, in 1859, in Nevada, a silver strike the likes of which the world never seen was discovered, the Comstock lode. And it brought people from all over the world to see if they could strike it rich. It's in the silver mine. Now, this happened almost overnight, where people heard about this great find and they started coming en masse. Any way they could get there, and a lot of these people stayed. And really, when you think about the Carson City Mint, it was opened in 1870 and closed in 1893, and it did not continuously make coins during that span. A lot of the reasons were political, some were security, and in the end, it turned out that it actually was more expensive to make the coins in Carson City and transport them over to San Francisco and then further distribute them throughout the country than it was to distribute them from there. It was a very inaccessible area. There was a lot of security issues, problems with mint employees, security problem with not getting robbed. So the Carson City Mint had a very short-lived existence. And during that time, it struck Morgan dollars. This is to illustrate the amount of Morgans struck at the various mints from 1878 through the Morgan Dollar series. Now, Philadelphia struck 305 million Morgan dollars and then some. New Orleans was responsible for over 186 million. San Francisco, over 131 million. Denver by itself, that one year, 1921, was the only year a Morgan dollar was struck at the Denver Mint, and they made over 20 million coins. But the Carson City Mint, it's only 13 issues. Between 1878 and 1893, struck only 13,776,041 Morgan dollars. Well, to put it another way, this is the Morgan dollar production from Philadelphia, New Orleans, San Francisco, and Denver. 643 million Morgan dollars and then some. And as you can see, the Carson City Mint, 13,776,041 coins. That is only 2.14% of all the Morgan dollars ever issued. So any Carson City Morgan is going to be a pretty tough find. And there are dates that are harder to find than others. Now, the Carson City silver dollar has an illustrious history. In the late 1960s, during an audit of the Treasury vaults, it was discovered that there were about 2.5 million, maybe a little bit more, silver dollars that had been sealed for over 50 years that had never even been opened up, looked at. Now, up until that time, in the 50s and in the 60s, the United States Treasury had paid out silver dollars. You could go to the Treasury in Washington, D.C. They actually had a sales room where you or I could have gone there, and if you had money, you could purchase silver dollars. Silver certificates would do it. About the early 1960s, the government realized that these silver dollars were being paid out at an alarming rate. Coin dealers and collectors were coming and getting thousands of silver dollars. Well, all of a sudden, they were down to mostly just these Carson City silver dollars. And the government decided that was it. They weren't going to pay any more out. What they were going to do was conduct the largest mail bid sale that had ever taken place. And they were going to get an arm of the U.S. government to do it, the General Services Administration. So in a 10-year period that began basically in 1970 and really ended in 1980, the government issued, or if you will, the government allowed bidders to purchase these coins. And you could get a brochure in a coin publication or at the post office or even at a library or other government offices. And this sale was conducted way before any of modern technology existed. So it was all done through the mail. By the end of the sale, almost half of the bidders got their money returned to them because there just were no coins left. And that began the rise of the most legendary mint in the United States of America. A little itty-bitty mint, the Carson City Mint, opened only from 1870 to 1893, but responsible for just a little over 2% of all the Morgans ever issued. So naturally, some of the rarest coins are from the Carson City Mint. Now, the reason why I told you that whole story is because it's really for the collector one of the luckiest moments of numismatic history. Because had all these Carson City silver dollars been released in the year that they were struck, it would be an impossible coin to touch any one of the dates. Because when you look at mintages, they are the smallest of all the mintages of Morgan dollars, and that's nearly true across the board. But if it wasn't for the fact that really most of the Carson City catalog, the series of coins, had been released nearly 100 years after they were struck. So all those other coins, which are deemed rare today, so many of them, well, really, in terms of mintage, they pale in comparison to the Carson City coins. But Carson City coins are catching up. They're going away because it has been decades now, and there are collectors pouring into the market in the last few years. And when a silver dollar is discovered, or silver dollars discovered by collectors, immediately attention focuses to those illustrious coins that are in such the minority, the Carson City coins. Of all the Morgan dollars ever issued, 98% did not come from the Carson City Mint. Collectors want them. Every date is sought after. There are dates that are a little more easily attained, 1882, 1883, and 1884. But if you add up those 3 years together, they barely come to the mintage of the 1884S with 3.2 million. In the 1884S, one of the most expensive coins in the Morgan dollar series. Our series is going to begin in 1878, graded mint state 63. Now, one of the rarest Carson City coins is the 1879 Carson City silver dollar. That coin is not going to be in this collection, but it is attainable. And I will say, after you get done collecting this series, and you want, because I know you're gonna, the 1879 CC, please give the private advisory team a call, because we will find you. We do it every day, and we're finding some great coins for folks. So 1879 will not be included. However, now, you know, 1879 had a mintage of 756,000 coins. So it's not the lowest mintage Carson City silver dollar, but it is one of the scarcer ones, especially in uncirculated condition. And all the coins that we're going to be focusing on in our collection are going to be mint state 63 and all certified. Now, 1880 for the Carson City silver dollar had a very low mintage. There were only 495,000 1880 Carson City silver dollars issued. That's it. I found one for $800. I have a comp here. I found another one for $854. Here's an 1881 that I found. That one brought $564. Found another one at $740. Now, these are all mint state 63s. And the 1881 CC has a mintage of 296,000. I'm telling you, the Carson City silver dollars are not just the rarest coins in the Morgan dollar series. They're also disappearing at an alarming rate. And I am really raising the red flag. I am really calling on all collectors. I've been really working with Carson City silver dollars for decades now, and I have never found the supply so thin as it is right now. It's alarming. But I think that we can supply collectors' needs, but it's just a question of when is the spigot going to turn off? When are they going to run out? Here is an 1882 Carson City silver dollar that I found. Now, a lot of people will tell you that the 1882 Carson City silver dollar is a common coin. Well, this one sold for $528.75. Notice that it's a mint state 63. Now, the 1882 Carson City silver dollar is a mintage of 1,136,000. That's a pretty low mintage silver dollar. There are not too many Morgan dollars from other mints that have as low a mintage as the 1882 Carson City silver dollar. A lot come to mind. I mean, you know, I mentioned the 84S. Well, the 84S is a mintage of 3.2 million. The 1886-0 in mint state 63 is probably $75,000 or $100,000 coin, and there were nearly 10 million of those coins struck. So Carson City silver dollars are pretty darn rare, even if the price does not reflect that. Here's an 1883 that I found. And by now you can guess, every one of these dates are going to be in this presentation. 1883 Carson City silver dollar, a coin with a mintage of 1,200,000. Here's an 1884 in a mint state 63 at $368 and some change. Now, I found another 1884, and that one, the asking price or the selling price was almost $1,240. That coin appears to be uncertified. I'll tell you, we are actively and aggressively pursuing every Carson City silver dollar that has great eye appeal, because the whole entire series bears collecting. And I honestly feel that the way coins are drying up, that now is the time to strike. Look at this. The last 1885 Carson City, there you have it, sold at $1,600. There was no 1886 or 1887 or 1888. Now, there was an 1889. It's a pretty low mintage coin. It's 360,000 is the mintage, and they are extremely tough to get. Most of them were released into circulation, and there are very few uncirculated coins. And an uncirculated 1889 Carson City silver dollar is a king's ransom. It's a tough coin to get, but doable. But doable. The few coins remaining in the entire world, I know where there's a few. The next date, the 1890 that we're going to be featuring in this deal. There are no 1889s in this deal. So you're getting a good part of the Carson City series, 1878, 1880, 1881, 82, 83, 84, the 85. As I said, no 86, 87, 88. There will be no 89 in this collection, but there will be an 1890. And the 1890 Carson City silver dollar is a highly sought after coin. And you can see 1890 Carson Cities. I have one here that sold for just under $2,000 for $1,997. Tough coin. Next is the 1891. Doesn't get any easier. $1,645. That's what I found as a price comparison. $1,645. 1878 through 1891. All of the coins are mint state 6.3. The 1885 Carson City is the third rarest silver dollar between Morgans and Peace dollars. It is bested only by the 1893S and the 1894P from Philadelphia. But so many of the other major rarities are also from the Carson City Mint. The 1878 Carson City silver dollar, of which I have a price comp at $1,175, is a tough coin to find in a nice-looking mint state 6.3. There were 2.1 million 1878 CC struck. Many of them were released into circulation. Many of them were melted down, as was the case with many Morgan dollars. Over the course of the history of the Morgan dollar, there were melts that began in 1918 and lasted all the way through the 1960s and even through the 1970s, where half of all the Morgans ever struck were melted down, and maybe even more than that. So a lot of issues have become rare by virtue of what survives. But the Carson City coins are rare by virtue of mintage. They are rare because they made hardly any to begin with. And then they had to suffer through the melt period like all the other Morgans did as well. So when the government found the hoard of about 2.5 million, sales kind of started a little bit slowly. Then word got out, and people were sending in their bids and shocked to get their money returned to them, to get their checks sent back with a little note that said, sorry, these coins are sold out, pick a different year. They would try that, same thing would happen. As I said, by the end, nearly half of everybody who wanted to get a Carson City silver dollar directly from the U.S. government, they were gone. Now there are so fewer coins out there and so many collectors, I think they're going to be gone again. Well, take a look at what we're talking about, folks, because there's only one Carson City Mint responsible for only about 2% of all the Morgans ever issued, 1878 through 1891. A set of 9 Carson City silver dollars. As I looked the market over, I found that in order to buy this collection out there in Mint State 6-3, in the same grade and the same dates, identical coins, you would have to spend at least $8,638. And up from there, because when you talk about 1885 cc's, $1,600, wow, for a coin with a mintage of 228,000, the third rarest Morgan of them all. And you talk 1880s and 81s and 90s and 91s. Those are rare coins in anybody's book. Now, we have handpicked these 9 coin collections. And again, not $9,000, not $8,638. Here is an opportunity, folks, for 9 MS-63 Carson City silver dollars beginning in 1878 and encompassing the 1885, the 1880 and 81, the 1890 and 91. Those are dates that are really difficult to get. Encompassing those dates, folks, we're not talking 10 grand. We're talking $7,395. $7,395 for all of the Carson City rarity. There's a 3-pay available on this deal, a 3-pay of $2,465. You lock in the price, you make sure that you have a set reserved for yourself. Now at $7,395, we have cut no corners here. We could have taken the easy way out on this deal and gotten, well, uncertified coins. We could have filled this deal with slider unks, of which you see all over. But instead, we chose to handpick the coins to make sure that every Morgan dollar has that detailed hairline over the high points of the coin, over the ear of Liberty, has all of the work of the headdress completely intact, has blazing original luster, and has a crisp strike. Now, it's not easy, obviously, to contemplate even putting a deal like this together. Because as we looked at this deal, we really started much lower certified grades. But as we start finding a few coins here and there, we put our heads together and we realized that we could deliver the ultimate Carson City collection, 9 coins of the rarest Morgan dollars in Mint State 6-3. Not a Mint State 60 or a 61, and boy, there wouldn't be anything wrong with that. Or even a Mint State 62. But Mint State 6-3, a cut above, for prices that'll beat anybody's. Now, when I first was told I was going to be lucky enough to present this deal, I got excited because I have done a lot of Carson City presentations in my career. But I've never really had the opportunity to do the series in this fashion. I've always been lucky enough to pick a date here and there, or maybe have the readily available issue of 82, 83, and 84. But starting at the beginning with 1878, being able to get 1880s and 1881s in Mint State 6-3, I mean, those mintages combined are lower than almost every Morgan dollar from other mints that you could think of. This is beauty. This is value. This is security, all in one deal, sacrificing nothing. And that is hard to bring to the table. And they're Carson City coins. It just kills me. It really does. When I look at the Morgan dollar issues from just Denver, Denver alone, which only struck a Morgan dollar once, 1921, struck over 20 million coins just that one year. The Carson City Mint between 1878 and 1893. And don't forget, there weren't any 1886s or 1887s or 1888s. Omitting those 3 years, there was still just a little bit over 13 million coins issued. It makes the series incredibly scarce. But one of the greatest things about the Carson City silver dollar is our time in history of when we're able to present these coins. We are at the tail end, I will grant you, of the availability of these coins. You know, in the last decade, and even maybe a little longer than that, millions of coin collectors started collecting on a regular basis. Not just an occasional coin here or there, but really into the hobby. Selecting dates, buying series of coins, starting with Morgan dollars or perhaps starting with minor coinage and working their way up to Morgan dollars. Every day, Morgan dollars get taken out of the pool of availability. They don't make them anymore. There's a finite amount of Morgan dollars that are available and a collector base that grows all the time. I think that's kind of concise in terms of a history of the Carson City Morgan dollar. But then you start looking at the coins through the heart, because this is the coin that in many ways won the West. All of the Carson City silver dollars were struck from that Comstock silver, that huge silver strike that was discovered in 1859 and used mostly for Morgan dollars. In all of these coins bear that stamp of history. To coin a phrase from a good friend of mine, the hands of history are on these Carson City silver dollars. We've had presentations of Philadelphia minted coins, of San Francisco minted coins, of New Orleans minted coins. We've had Denver Morgan. Well, there's not really a series, it's just the one coin. But none is more historic than the Carson City Mint. The mint closed in 1893 and never reopened. It just didn't pay for the government to run that mint. You know, there were times during the course of the mint's history that it was closed down for political reasons. And there were times when it was closed down for security. They didn't have much space to store coins at the Carson City Mint the way they did at other mints. So they would flat out strike so few coins. I really believe, as history will point out, you're looking at a series of coins that I know in really short order are going to be gone. I am in love with the 1885 Carson City silver dollar. I don't think that is any secret. I have featured it many times. The coin is disappearing. I can no longer buy them in any quantities at all. It's one of the greatest values. You turn your attention to the Carson City series, and date after date illustrates low mintage, incredible scarcity, the highest demand of all the Morgan dollars. You know, when you tell a Morgan dollar collector you're not going to be able to get one, yeah, forget it. They'll turn over every rock, beat every bush, go to every show, go to every auction, call every single dealer, collector, anybody who they even have a whiff might own a Carson City silver dollar to get one. Look what happened to the 1879 CCs with a mintage of 750,000. It's not the lowest mintage. The 1889 CC, they're gone. People are paying big money for a circulated example of an 1889 Carson City silver dollar. Oh, and by the way, 79 CCs, I think I have a price comp for 79 CCs on a hammered auction price, and that was a great deal. I don't think you could touch that coin today. So when we talk about value, history, I can go over it a million times, folks, and I will never get tired of mentioning how scarce the Carson City series is. And I've been a coin collector and a coin dealer for a long time. I've been a coin collector since I was a little kid. I've been a coin collector for close to 40, well, it's been longer than that, but I've been a coin dealer for close to 40 years. There are just certain coins which tug at the heartstrings, but not just to me and not just to you, but umpteen amount of collectors out there, just tons of collectors who are interested in Morgan dollars by mint. And again, I'll say it. We've concentrated on Philadelphia. We've concentrated on San Francisco, on New Orleans. And it is now time for the Carson City series to be dealt with. For we here at RCTV to recognize, on behalf of all collectors, that this was the shortest series of Morgan dollars with the smallest mintages. You know, Most Morgan dollars went on to 1904 and then again struck in 1921, not the Carson City. That was in 1893 it ended. And don't forget, dates within the middle of the series were not made. Now, it is possible to acquire and accumulate an entire Carson City series of coins. And I think we have gotten to the heart of the series with these 9 coins. One more time, let's take a look. You know, once you get me going about Morgan dollars, it's really hard to stop. Look at that, 1878, mintage of a little over 2 million. The 1880, and again, there will not be a 79 in this deal. However, we can find you an 1879 Carson City silver dollar. All you have to do is give our private advisory coin team a phone call, and we will get to work. So the 1880, very small mintage. 1881, again, minuscule. 1882, one of the most readily available coins, but the mintage, only around 1 million. That's the same for the 83 and the 84. And you could see my price comparisons. They are $300, $400 and up from there. I have spent a lifetime trying to find certain of these dates. 1878, 1885, 1890 and 91. Really tough Carson City dates to get. But we have them all. $7,395. A 3-pay option is available on this one at $24.65. So that's 3 times you pay $2,465. Now your first payment is going to lock in a set for you and is going to lock in the price of $73.95. Well, I hope I haven't left anything out. There's really so much more I could say about the Carson City silver dollar. Look at this 92cc I found here selling for $3,795. And by the way, it's not included in this presentation, but just to give you a little idea of the rarity of the Carson City silver dollars, there are a few dates that are not included in this deal, but they're out there and you can own the entire collection. And you can also own the entire Morgan dollar collection. We will do our best to put together a complete collection for you. But this is a great way to start with the rarest of the rare, the Carson City Silver Dollar Series. A little over 2% of all the Morgans ever issued come from the Carson City Mint. Or to put it in a better way, almost 98% of all the Morgans ever struck did not come from the Carson City Mint. All right, folks, let's take a look one more time at the coins. I want to thank you so much for listening to this presentation. Let me go over all the high points one more time. This is a Carson City silver dollar collection of 9 coins, starting in 1878, going to 1880. Yes, we're skipping 1879. Picking up at 1881, 1882, and 1883 and 1884. Keep in mind that there was an 1885, and that's why we're including it in this collection. There was not an 1886, an 1887, or an 1888. They just didn't make them. There was an 1889, extremely difficult to get. We can find you one, but it is not in this deal. We then pick up at 1890. Low mintage, rare coin, hardly any available. The same is true for the 1891. All of these are in near gem mint state 6.3, and they're all hand-picked coins. I have to thank you all. Remember, this deal is $7,395. Thank you so much for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show, and I will see you soon.
throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always been a most highly prized and valued precious metal. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 3000 BC. They believed gold was from the flesh of their sun god, and that his flesh, the gold, was indestructible. Again, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always been a most highly prized and valued precious metal. And you know what? If anything, the way our governments are printing money today, gold is more precious now than ever before. And today, I have the greatest opportunity for you. No one, no coin show in the history of Coin TV going back over 30 years has ever offered their viewers a gold coin remotely comparable in rarity and prestige and future potential for you as the gold double eagles I have for you today in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples, folks. Take a look at these. 1894 Liberty Double Eagles, P meaning they were struck in Philadelphia, in uncirculated mint state 62. In other words, they never made it out of the mint bag. These coins, folks, should not exist. And the story of why they exist is a story I'll be getting to in just a few minutes. MS62, if you're not familiar with numismatics and coin grading, if you go to the Smithsonian and look at their collection, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, the single most valuable coin in United States coinage is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 Liberty Double Eagle. You take a look at this piece. Here's a picture of it. This 1849, folks, is valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. You can't put a price on it. It's the first Liberty Double Eagle ever struck. There were only 2 struck in 1849. This is one of the 2 survivors. And it's most instructive to note that even though only 2 examples were struck, you'll notice 2 deep marks in the obverse field at around 8 o'clock. My guess is that this was the first 1849 struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up, and then the second example struck. The rim of that second coin landed right where you see it in that obverse field. And those marks are reading marks from that second coin. These 1894 Ps, folks, take a look at one of these. To survive in this condition, the Smithsonian specimen is an MS62, equal in quality to these rarities I have for you today. And again, they should not exist. Just over 100 coins, folks. That is a huge, huge find. And it's such a thrill to be able to offer these coins. The United States Gold Double Eagles were last struck in 1933, about 90 years ago. It's quite a thrill to own one of these coins, or hold one of these coins. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. These Gold Double Eagles, they have virtually a full ounce of gold. They're actually a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but they're about 25% heavier. I mean, they're hefty coins. This is an original 1907. I want you to take a look at it. This was actually the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. And if you take a look at this coin, you notice the gouge on Liberty's cheek. Typical kind of marks you'll find on these large gold coins. They were struck, ejected from the coin press. They would fall into the bin. They'd go through coin counting machines, thrown into bags. The bags would go on to trains to be shipped throughout the country. Gold is a very soft metal. This coin is so heavily bag marked it wouldn't even be gradable at NGC or PCGS. If you sent it to PCGS, it would come back no grade, damaged. Here's another example. This is 1903. You notice the deep cut on Liberty's cheek there. It's not gradable. Most of the survivors are not gradable. Now, in 1907 came the second design of double eagles struck by the U.S. Mint, and the second design was struck from 1907 through 1933. It's referred to as the St. Gaudens double eagle, named after the sculptor who designed the coin. And you look at this example in 1924, you notice the deep gouge on the rim at around 8 o'clock. Again, this is not a gradable coin. And also a deep gouge across her upper left thigh. Beautiful coins, but they're damaged. Now, the last gold double eagles ever struck by the United States Mint was 1933. Now, these coins are called double eagles because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint for commerce was the $10 gold piece. It had about a half an ounce of gold. And gold at that time was valued at around $20 an ounce. So that made the coins worth $10 in gold. And because it was the largest gold coin struck for commerce, it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And our country was able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of great benefit to our banking system. It facilitated larger transactions. And so in 1850, the Mint began striking this massive gold coin, twice the size of the $10 eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. Now again, folks, it's a thrill to hold any double eagle in one's hand. There aren't many survivors. Most are heavily damaged, like the two examples I had in my hand. The double eagles I have for you today, I have to repeat this once more, it's so important. These should not exist. This is an opportunity I really encourage you to take advantage of because we have these at a great, great price. To survive in this condition, Mint State 62, comparable to the Smithsonian specimen? These early double eagles, struck before 1900 no less. When you find Liberty double eagles, they're usually struck between 1900 and 1907. You see very few Liberty double eagles in Mint State condition struck before 1900, and especially before 1897. These are extremely rare. Now, before I go any further, for those of you new to numismatics, you may be saying to yourself, well, that sounds great, Rick, but what's an MS-62? Well, coins are graded on what we refer to as the 70-point Sheldon grading system. Coins can grade from a low of 1 to a high of 70. A 1 on the Sheldon 70-point grading system is a very heavily worn coin with a date that's barely readable. A 70 at the other end of the system is a coin that's flawless under high magnification. Now, you see a lot of modern coins struck by the U.S. Mint for collectors over the last 20, 30 years that have actually been graded in 70. But if you go back in time, there isn't a single United States coin struck before about 1960 of the billions and billions of United States coins that have been struck before 1960, not a single example has ever graded 70. Once in a while, you'll see a 6.9. When you're talking about Liberty Gold Double Eagles, the 1894 P, the highest example certified by PCGS is an MS-65, and there's only a handful of those. Take a look at this chart, folks. This will give you an idea of the rarity of uncirculated Liberty Double Eagles. Now, anything below an MS-60 is a coin that has been circulated, but the higher the number, the lighter the circulation. MS-60 is a coin that has never been in circulation. It was in a mint bag, but it would have been among the baggiest coins in the mint bag with a lot of bag marks, just barely gradable, receiving an MS-60 grade. And then the higher the mint state grade, the fewer the marks. Again, for an 1894P, 6.2 is extraordinary. And you see there, of all the Liberty Gold Double Eagles struck, just over 1% have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, MS-60 or higher. That's for all Liberty Double Eagles. But now here's the most important chart for you. If you're new to numismatics, this is the most important information. This shows some of the St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagles that we've offered over the years. And they're arranged from the most common dates in uncirculated condition to the rarest dates for the St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see in the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series, 1924P, by far the most common issue. Over 44,000 graded in 6.2, 51,000 in 6.5. And you go down the St. Gaudens list there to the bottom, you get the 26P, a date we rarely get to offer. Very, very scarce in uncirculated condition. Only 26,000 certified in all grades. But now you get into the Liberty Double Eagle series. The 1904P, when you find a Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition, there's a good chance it's going to be in 1904P. Approximately 1/3 of all Liberty Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition are 1904Ps. Next in line is the 1900P, and you see how much rarer it is than the 04P, and that's the second most common issue. You get down to the bottom there, the 1894P. Only 13,900 certified examples in all grades. And in MS-62, only 6,300 coins. Only 5 in 6.5. 6,300 coins, folks. Now, all the certified coins we offer on our show are going to be graded by either PCGS or NGC. PCGS, the Professional Coin Grading Service, NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. They're the two most highly respected grading services in the nation that have the respect of both coin dealers and coin collectors alike. They're your guarantee that the coin in the holder is the grade on the holder. Folks, we've had some extraordinary Gold Double Eagle offerings in the past, and you saw some of them on that list. But nothing of this magnitude when it comes to such a rare date. Again, I said it in the beginning, these coins should not exist in this condition. These coins came from a mint bag like you see here. To have been stored in a mint bag for well over 100 years is extraordinary. Now, how were we so fortunate to acquire this numismatic Halley's Comet event? Well, actually, there's a big difference between this and Halley's Comet. Halley's Comet passes our planet every 76 years. These exquisite, superb quality 1894Ps, like many of our rare Gold Double Eagle presentations, once they're gone, that's it at the prices we're able to offer them. Now, why have these survived in this condition, this small group? Well, the story of these 1894Ps actually begins with the Great Depression, which began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags, folks, sitting there since the 1930s, these coins that I have for you today would not exist. Timing is so important. This is the perfect time for these to survive in this condition. Again, these heavy double eagles, about an ounce of gold in every coin. To give you an example of how extraordinary this find is, this bag, if I had a bowling ball in this bag, a bowling ball, the heaviest bowling ball weighs about 16 pounds. If I had the same amount of gold double eagles that filled that area, this bag wouldn't weigh 16 pounds, it would weigh over 60 pounds. So for these to survive in this condition, they came from a couple original bags. A lot of them were really bagged up, MS-60 quality, heavily bag marked. These are the Smithsonian quality examples from this once-in-a-lifetime discovery hoard. Today, I have these 1894P Liberty Double Eagles struck at the Philadelphia Mint that are Smithsonian quality. And the best part of all is the price. The key to our success is that when we get a great deal, a great opportunity, we pass our good fortune on to you. I could offer this coin at $49.95 and it would be a fair market price. Folks, you see other dealers offering 1904Ps in the same grade. And again, 1904P, when you look at this chart here, this rarity chart, 1904P is the most common Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition. It's still a rare coin in uncirculated condition. But compared to the 1894P, 1894P is over 10 times rare. And you see dealers offering 1904Ps. Here's one in MS62, $5,400. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's another one, $3,900, a dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback. Same grade, MS62, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $4,200. And again, these are 1894Ps. $39.95 would be an exceptional opportunity, but it wouldn't be based on our cost. While I have these folks, call in now. Don't call in a week from now, because we get so many viewers like that who will call in a week later asking to buy one of these coins, and we have to tell them, we're sorry, we're out of these coins. We can't offer you these coins at that price. We got this deal. While I have them, folks, call in now. They're $2,995 a coin. $29.95 a coin. Here you have a coin with essentially an ounce of gold. Gold value alone is in the $1,700 to $1,800 range in gold value alone. These coins, folks, should not exist in uncirculated mint state 62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS62, equal in quality to these rarities I have for you today. This is an opportunity I really encourage you to take advantage of. If you can't swing the entire $29.95 today, we have our two-payment option to reserve one of these coins for you. Again, we just have over 100 examples. You can put half down today of $1,497.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you in our vault with your name on it, and you pay the balance in 30 days. Call in now. This is a perfect window of opportunity, folks. The timing is perfect. You know, sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true. This is one of those times. And when I talk about perfect timing, there was an article that came out in a coin dealer publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, generic, they're referring to the most common gold coins, like the 1904P. That's considered a generic gold Liberty Double Eagle. The 1894P is a rare date Liberty Double Eagle. But here's what it says about generic gold. And this is what I've been telling our viewers for the last few years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, reflecting on my own personal history, I remember handling an uncirculated generic Liberty Gold Double Eagle. It was at least 15, 20 years ago. when gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500, which was about 10 times the gold value. Now again, these coins have $1,700 to $1,800 worth of gold in it. 10 times the gold value is $18,000. And this is not a generic Liberty Double Eagle. It's not a 1904P or a 1900P. It's an 1894P. And we have them for less than double the gold value. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. I can't do any better than this. This is a true once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These are national treasures. These are coins that you keep in your family, pass on to your kids, your grandkids. This is all about our country, our history. These are the kind of things you want to hold on to as keepsakes. True national treasures. Let's take one more look at one of these. To survive in a mint bag in this condition with no serious gouges or dings, just the lightest form of abrasion. So few survivors, folks. Every detail boldly struck. 1894, struck at the Philadelphia Mint for only $29.95. This truly is as good as it gets. I hope you can take advantage of this. I want to thank you for watching. It's an absolute thrill to be able to offer you some really extraordinary United States rarities like I have for you today at these collector-friendly prices. Thanks for watching.
This is your lucky day. I am James Gorstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. And it's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and seated liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage. And they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a silver war nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? Well, it was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production. So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because they were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest silver eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. You get the second rarest silver eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity, the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter. And it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the two coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only one coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's three finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75% would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin. So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit one coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get one coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, one coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGC coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. A 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680. I paid $1,150. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $795. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It was an emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70, the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be 6 figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the third lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect mint state 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the Civil War nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened. We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of two silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know of that exists in the world today is right here in our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the third rarest in the history of the series, for $269. Or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reverse. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in mint state, from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set, because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck Silver Eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins, because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon.
I personally believe that, like Roosevelt, coins are an extension of a country's identity, and whoever handles that coin should tell a lot about the country it's representing. And so as Mint Director, a very important piece to me was the design of a coin, because the design is the most effective way to communicate that extension of the country's identity. And so I think, for example, the 50-state quarter program is a wonderful extension of our country's identity because it shows what a populous country we are. Democracy isn't just for the leadership, it represents the people, and the people came up with the design elements, the people voted on the right design, we made it, and then we distribute this so that every single American gets this in everyday circulation. It's a wonderfully democratic coin that I think symbolizes that extension of our country's identity, not only here in the United States, but to anybody throughout the world who received these coins. When the program ended, our surveys showed that 147 million Americans were collecting these state quarters, which makes it the most successful coin program that the Mint has ever had.
Prices that they have been selling for in auction in the heat of the market. Here's some prices realized in auction, folks, for just individual coins. Here's a 1999 Delaware. That's proof 70. That's the highest possible grade. Just that one coin sold for over $17,000. Here's another coin, the New Jersey. Again, highest possible grade, proof 70, over $2,500. So $20,000 just for those two coins in a 50-coin set. Here's a third coin, Georgia, over $6,000. We're now at around $26,000 for 3 coins. 2001, Rhode Island, $1,500. We're at almost $30,000 for a handful of coins. One last coin, a 2001 Vermont, again, around $1,500. So I told everybody, have some patience. Wait for things to cool down just a little. And I'm telling you that now, I'm here to tell you that right now is the time to acquire one of these spectacular 50-coin silver statehood quarter sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. 5 coins were issued each year in the order the states were ratified for statehood status. Beginning with Delaware in 1999, the first state to be ratified, and ending with Hawaii in 2008, the last state to enter the Union. Folks, when the United States Mint was finished, it had struck almost 35 billion statehood quarters for circulation, the majority of which have been salted away by those millions of collectors. Now, each of the 50 coins, and one of the many reasons this series is so popular, each of the 50 coins representing the 50 states has their own unique story to tell, with each reverse commemorating one of the 50 states with a design emblematic of its unique history, its traditions, and symbols. And what I have today are a very elite group of some of the finest sets in existence of the Statehood Quarter series. Now, that is not hyperbole. The handful of sets I have, all 50 coins, are struck on silver planchets, not clad. Those 35 billion statehood quarters for circulation were all struck on clad planchets with 0 silver content. Here's an example of one, you find them in your pocket change. Here's one I had in my pocket. This is Louisiana, clad statehood quarter. There's the reverse. I'll show you one more. This one, very famous. First flight, you can guess what state that is. You can see struck for commerce on a clad planchet, North Carolina. There you go. The Wright brothers, historic. North Carolina, famous for that first flight. Most importantly, folks, these silver-proof statehood quarters I have for you today are in extraordinary Proof 69 Ultra Cameo condition. This is the perfect grade at the perfect price point for you. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity at such an amazing, low, collector-friendly price. Now, the highest possible grade for any coin is 70. Now, a 70 is a coin that is flawless under high magnification. So a grader will take a coin, study it under normal magnification, and if it looks flawless, they will then take it and study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification the coin is still flawless, it gets a grade of 70. If, however, under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of Proof 69. So you look at every single one of these coins, folks, and they look absolutely perfect. What more could you ask for at such a collector-friendly price? And why do I say that this is the perfect grade at the perfect price point? Because the premium for that additional grade, that Proof 70 grade, is huge. The Georgia was over $6,000. The Delaware alone was over $17,000. We're talking about 50 coins in this set. There was a time you could have easily spent over $100,000 or more for this set in Proof 70 condition. I was not recommending those sets back then. I didn't think long-term they would be the best opportunity for you, for your long-term happiness. Now, Why are these sets so rare? So difficult to complete in this exceptional ultra high grade Proof 69 condition? First of all, these 90% silver proof coins were struck in very limited numbers, due primarily to the very labor-intensive process of making a proof coin. Comparatively few of these most desirable silver proof sets were struck for the collecting public. You look at the mintages of the statehood quarters. You can see 1999 alone at the Philadelphia and Denver mints, hundreds of millions of coins. All the statehood quarters struck for commerce. Each year, they struck hundreds of millions of statehood quarters for commerce on clad planchets. You go through each of these years, and by the time you get through to 2008, the total comes to about 35 billion coins. These are the coins you find in your pocket, the coins that are struck for commerce under high-speed presses, dumped into bins. 35 billion of them struck on what we refer to as just clad base metal. There's no silver content. They're just inexpensive base metal. These proof coins struck on 90% silver planchets, folks. Now, again, they are proof coins. Proof coins are intended to represent the state of the minter's art. The finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The minting of a proof coin is a very labor-intensive process. And so, the mint is only able to strike a very limited number of these numismatic works of art. The finest dies are selected, and in those early days, treated to a sandblasting process to create a frost over the surface of the die. The die would then be taken by one of the craftsmen, given the special responsibility of being a specialist in the proof-making facility, and it would be placed on a buffing wheel and polished until the fields possessed a perfect mirror finish. Now, the recessed portion of the die, since they're recessed, they would remain unpolished and retain the sand-blasted frost. The dies would then be put in place in the die press. The coin blanks would be slowly fed into the die, and the blank would not be struck once, but twice under higher pressure than was used to strike coins for commerce, to bring out every detail of the design. And then finally, this new proof coin, which would exhibit a beautiful two-tone cameo effect, as you see on these coins. Once struck, these coins were not ejected into bins where they would abrade with other coins. They were individually handled, placed in separate compartments so as not to abrade with other coins. Now, the key phrase, the most important key phrase, folks, in the proof-making process. What is most important for you to understand is that proof coins are intended to represent the state of the art. That is really important to understand, because the state of the minter's art in 1999 was not what it is today. Especially in the first year of the Statehood Quarter Series in 1999. Most of these coins in these earliest years have small flaws. I've brought some original 1990 sets with me so you could get your own education. And one of the biggest problems in these sets, these were custom made for the Statehood Quarter Series, these sets, issued by the government, and one of the problems was just the materials used in these sets created a lot of storage problems, and most of these proof coins developed a lot of heavy haze that is normally not removable. Now, this one isn't too bad. You look at the Delaware, but you can see a lot of haze around the perimeter of that quarter. Degrades the quality of the coin. The central portion of the coin is very deeply mirrored, but you can see a lot of haze around the perimeter. Let's take another one. This haze is much more complete. It's really, this coin is essentially ruined as far as being a high quality proof coin. I mean, you look at the haze, and when we zoom in, the coin is covered with this filmy, opaque toning. And it's hard to see it until you look at the coin right next to it. It doesn't have that problem. And these are major, major issues with these proof coins in this early era. Again, you saw this mintage of the commercially struck statehood quarters. They struck 35 billion statehood quarters for commerce. But in proof, for most years on silver planchets, for many years, they struck fewer than 1 million coins. You could see the proof clad issues, which the clad issues are struck from the same metal as those statehood quarters struck for commerce. Those are struck in limited numbers as well, but the silver issues are rarest of all. 1999, only 804,000. 965 in 2000. 2001, only 889. 892 the year after. And then the years after that, barely over 1 million coins. Now, most importantly of all, there are so few survivors in really superb, high-grade condition. Take a look at this second chart. This really tells the story. This is where you know you have coins with tremendous condition rarity. And you can see all the dates that those states entered statehood, beginning with Delaware on December 7th, 1787, the very first state. NGC has only certified about 13,600 coins in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo out of a mintage of about 800,000. A tiny, tiny percentage. And you go on down the list, and you're talking about some really small numbers. This set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo is the perfect grade, the perfect price. Timing is everything, my fellow collectors. I've always been something of a contrarian when it came to buying rare coins. My first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. It came out in the early 1990s, and it was a pioneering educational book that introduced the Ultra Cameo designation NGC now uses for proof coins. The 1951 Proof Franklin on the cover of that book was about a $1,500 coin when my first book came out. That coin today is a $10,000 or $15,000 coin. My focus has always been long-term for you, not on what's hot today. In the heat of the statehood quarter market in the early 2000s, again, individual dates in this series were selling for tens of thousands of dollars. And these sets in Proof 69 today are even harder to find now than they were 15 years ago. I was able to acquire a group of complete sets from a retired dealer friend of mine I've known for over 25 years. And while I have them, this is a limited time offer. These complete sets, complete 50 coin, ultra low mintage proof silver statehood quarter sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. While I have these in stock, folks, I'm able to offer the entire set graded by NGC and NGC's state-of-the-art holders, and that's really, really important. I'm going to get to that in a minute. The importance of this NGC state-of-the-art holder. The entire set, now again, these are silver issues, only $29.90 a coin. That's $1,495 for the entire 50 coin set. If you can put half down today, half down, folks, of only $747.50 will hold one of these 50 coin collections for you. Put your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. Now, I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, so I have to set a 3-set maximum as far as the number you can order. But if you do order 3 sets, we have a special deal for you. We're taking $100 off the 3-set group, which brings the set price down to $1,461.67, about $33 a set. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but folks, we've already cut this to the bone. It's just a superb fabulous buying opportunity. It's a ground floor opportunity of this great, great collection. And it is available on the 3-payment option. So if you want to reserve 3 sets, all you have to do is put down $1,461.67 today, pay the second amount in 30 days and the balance in 60 days. We will hold these 3 sets for you in the meantime. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of one of the most popular series in the history of the United States numismatics. You're not just getting a coin in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because again, my focus is long term. Every one of these coins you're looking at, there's a process that they have gone through before encapsulation. I call it NGC state-of-the-art encapsulation. And here's what you get. Number one, every one of these 50 coins are curated, conserved before encapsulation. In other words, there's no foreign material or contaminant on that coin that might discolor the coin decades into the future. In other words, the surface of the coin is completely neutralized. It's your guarantee that this coin in that holder will be as pristine 100 years from now as it is today. Number two, the holders are the highest quality medical grade plastics, folks. That's really critical. These medical grade plastics are much more difficult for NGC to work with, but they're much better for your coins. Number three, the holders are airtight. Number four, folks, the Smithsonian, the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, given NGC's state-of-the-art technology, chose NGC to encapsulate their collection. So if you were to submit one of these coins, to curate the coin, and grade the coin, you see the curation fee, the grading fee, the handling fee, the shipping fee, they ship the coin back to you, registered mail. Your total service fees are around $75, $80. That doesn't even include the cost of the coin. Your total cost is going to be $120 to $150. I've got these sets, a limited time offer. They're only $1,495 a set. This is a very, very small window of opportunity, folks. This is the Statehood Quarter Series that I'm able to offer for less than $30 a coin, the Silver Statehood Quarter Series and NGC Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The greatest, most popular commemorative series the United States Mint has ever issued. Over 147 million collectors. There is so much history in every one of these coins. Every single one of these 50 silver proof coins has its own special story about its state to tell, from the first state to ratify our Constitution, Delaware, to the last state to enter the Union, Hawaii. This Delaware, folks, when the Delaware first came out, I thought that was Paul Revere on the reverse of the coin. And then I looked a little more closely, and it said Caesar Rodney. Okay? And I thought, well, who's Caesar Rodney? I had never heard of Caesar Rodney. So I looked him up. It was in 1776. Caesar Rodney was part of the Delaware delegation on July 1st. And they were voting on whether or not to ratify the new Declaration of Independence. Caesar Rodney was 70 miles away at a meeting. He got word that the delegation from Delaware was deadlocked. He got on his horse, rode 70 miles through a thunderstorm, arriving in Philadelphia, in quotes, in his boots and spurs, just as the vote was beginning on July 2nd. And he cast his affirmative for the new Declaration of Independence on July 2nd. And then on July 4th, 1776, that Declaration of Independence was ratified. You know, if Caesar Rodney had not made it, who knows how history would have been changed, right? And that's the image on that Delaware statehood quarter, that image of Caesar Rodney riding his horse through 70 miles of thunderstorm to make that deciding vote. As a collector, folks, this set is breathtaking. Every coin in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's extremely hard to put these sets together in Proof 69, just finding the coins. And when you do find the coins, they're usually badly tarnished, spotted, nicked up. They're usually not proof 69. This is one of the greatest collections you could ever hope to own. This is a true piece of American history. This is a keepsake to keep in your family, to share with your children, your grandchildren. There's so much history. There's so many stories about America in this set. And they're all struck on silver planchets. Very few statehood quarters were struck on silver planchets. There are only these proof coins, many of which had mintages of under 1 million coins. And there are so few survivors of those low mintages that have survived in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And I'm able to offer this set. I got some very good fortune my way. I bought this incredible collection from a dealer who was retiring. I bought the whole deal. I got a great price, and I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of it. It really doesn't get any better than this. Thank you for watching.
Collectibles TV, I'm James Gerstel. I'm presenting Peace Dollars right now. We don't have that much time. We only have 25 minutes here, and this is a big collection. This is an unbelievable opportunity to buy a coin that in mint state is much rarer than a mint state Morgan dollar. That's a fact of Peace Dollar existence, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I know a lot of folks who watch our show are Morgan dollar collectors and are beginning to experience the rarity of peace dollars. Now, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. In 1921, the first peace dollars were issued. It was a very special coin. It was struck as a high relief. The only high relief silver dollar the United States of America ever issued up until that point. And it was a coin that honored the end of World War I, which at the time was known as the war to end all wars. The peace dollar is a coin that is beginning to get a lot of attention. It was a relatively short series produced from 1921 to 1928. Now, in 1929, the Great Depression began. And there were no peace dollars produced in 1929. Nor were there any in 1930 or in 31 or 1932 or 1933. But peace dollar production was resumed again in 1934 and ended in 1935. And as we look at the peace dollar series, something glaring jumps out. Peace dollars in mint state are infinitely rarer than Morgan dollars in mint state. Much harder to get, much harder to grade, a different strike, a different design. The Morgan dollar was designed by George T. Morgan as a bold example of liberty and freedom, whereas the peace dollar was a little bit different. On the reverse, the eagle is in repose, resting on a mountaintop with the words peace engraved near the top of the mountain, near the pinnacle. And this had never been done before on any coin where there was an additional word added. We always had E pluribus unum, in God we trust, but this one time the word peace was used. And interestingly enough, if you haven't heard the story already, the original reverse design of that peace dollar, where you see the olive branches of peace in the eagle talons, originally there was actually a broken sword. News of this peace dollar design was publicized in newspapers all over the country prior to its release. And because of the uproar of all the U.S. citizens who thought that the broken sword was reflective of defeat rather than victory in World War I, really it was demanded by the population of the country that that reverse be reworked. And I wonder if you know that the gentleman who came in at the very last minute to rework that reverse die was none other than George T. Morgan himself. And it was really an all-night affair where he worked just the day before these coins were scheduled to begin to be struck to change the reverse of that coin. So when you look at the peace dollar, you see that George T. Morgan had a huge hand in its design. And as I said, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. This is an auction price realized for an MS-67 1921 Morgan dollar. I don't think there's a better way to illustrate how rare peace dollars are than this illustration right here. This Morgan dollar is in a PCGS MS-67, and it's a very, very difficult grade to achieve. Mint State 67, it's near the finest known. That coin brought almost $20,000 at auction. Now I want to show you the difference between a Mint State peace dollar in terms of rarity and a Morgan dollar. And I could have charts and populations, but this is the most important part. Here is a 1922 peace dollar struck at the Denver Mint, grading in Mint State 67, $90,000. Now, the reason why that coin in a Mint State 67, the same grade as the 1921 Morgan, brought $90,000 over the $19,975 is extreme rarity. The instance of a peace dollar grading in a Mint State grade is way rarer than a Morgan. Now, one of the most wonderful things you may accomplish as a coin collector is achieving the ownership of a complete collection of a series of coins. In this instance, peace dollars. And Rare Collectibles TV wants to make sure every collector who has the ambition and the desire to achieve complete collections in silver dollars, we'd love to work with you to make that happen. We do that every day. And a great place to start today is in the peace dollar series. Because peace dollars being struck from 1921 to 1935 with tons of years skipped in between is a much shorter series. But quantities of coins and mintages of coins in many instances were quite large. And therefore, when these coins were struck for quantity and not quality, to be released into circulation and also to be deposited in the Treasury to back up the amount of paper money that was being printed. Back in the 1920s, when paper money was issued, it wasn't wantonly issued the way we print paper money today. It had to be backed by hard assets on deposit in the Treasury, and that meant silver dollars. And in order to do that, you had to strike silver dollars. And the peace dollar was the coin that was chosen, the design. For you collectors who want to begin to collect the peace dollar, here it is. An opportunity to buy a 1922 and a 1923. And we have deliberately chosen these two dates because I want you to see the mintage totals of those two coins. Over 80 million coins, that's a lot. But the occurrence in Mint State 63, the populations are incredibly low percentage-wise. 1922p, in this case, it's at the bottom of the table there. The mintage was well over 50 million. But the amount that had been certified in a Mint State 63, and this is so important, ladies and gentlemen, because the amount that have certified of Morgan dollars in Mint State 63 is immensely more than the peace dollar. For this coin with a mintage over 51,164,000 coins exist in 63. And when you look at the percentage, that's not even 1/3 of 1%. That's not almost 1/3 of the mintage. It's 1/3 of 1%. And the highest known grade there, finest known, a Mint State 67. Now, when you go up one to the 1923, because options, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-coin set, 1922, 1923, in Mint State 63, $149 at Rare Collectibles TV. But I want you to take a look at just how rare it is for these coins to grade in that grade. You would think that with a mintage of 30 million or 50 million, the 63s would be stacked up to the moon. It is not that way. But it is that way with Morgan dollars. These are the coins that you will receive. Those 2 coins right there, collectors will get the very coins that are on our display. These are not show samples. And I want you to carefully observe the surfaces of these coins, because this is what every peace dollar collector wants but seldom gets. Because peace dollars that are not in the condition that you see there are common. But in this condition, uncommon and hard to get. So for the first option, a 1922 from Philadelphia in a Mint State 63, that looks like that coin right there, and a 1923 from Philadelphia, $149. Now file that away, because the world of peace dollars is incredible right now. Every collector of Morgan dollars has discovered that peace dollars in a mint state, and in this case, Mint State 63, not a beginning coin, a Mint State 60 or a 61 or a 62, but a Mint State 63, are tough to get if you're lucky. And what I mean by that is if you're watching this show, you've had us do all the hard work of kicking out the uglies, the coins that may technically grade 63, but don't have the eye appeal of what we're looking for, of what you will get. So when you talk about stellar examples, the pinnacle of the category, that's what we're talking about right here. That was option 1. Option 2, 1922 from Philadelphia and 1923, because as we've stated already, a lot rarer than you ever thought. And then the 1924 and the 1925. That's the cutoff. 1924, 1925, all of a sudden, these are dates that were never available in roll quantities of a sufficient amount to supply the hobby. That's why you never see 24s and 25s, because they are tough to get. And then certified, Mint State 63, wow. So hard to do. So here's option 2. And by the way, option 2, $395. It's 4 coins. It's the 22 and the 23 from Philadelphia, and the 24 and the 25. I have a table for those as well, so I want you to take a look at option 2. $395, ladies and gentlemen, 4 coins. Now, take a look at mintages. And then I want you to take a look at that column in green, the PCGS MS63 NGC and PCGS populations. Look at the mintage, look at the percentage of occurrence in a Mint State 63. Now, when you check out your Morgans in 6.3, you will find that you can locate a Morgan dollar in 6.3 pretty much any day of the week when you want to get one. So you can wait. You can sit back. You can scope out the market. You have all the time in the world because you have millions, millions, millions more examples. Not with the peace dollar. They simply were not struck to the quality standards that we all want to have a 6.3 as we envision it should be, as it should be a proper strike, surface, and quality. So here is the set of 4. $395. Now, I want to show you some pricing here, ladies and gentlemen, because it's clear. If you are one of those people who you don't just love history, but you want to know the why and the where, well, here it is. The reason why you're where, you're right here, right now. And the reason why right here, right now, we have such a limited quantity of these, you never hear me say that about Morgan dollars, unless maybe it's a Carson City. Peace dollars, it's as if the spigot was closed 10, 12 years ago. Just can't do it any longer. I want to show you why everybody loves the piece dollar and how valuable this is. Now, I am offering you the 4 piece dollars in Mint State 63. I want to show you one right now, a 1924 in the deal of 4. This is what most folks are up against when it comes to piece dollars. If you're lucky, you're going to find a coin that's in a 2x2 flip right there. It's not even really a flip. It's stapled together. You never want to do that to your coins, by the way, because the staples tend to rust and then they leach onto the coin and you get an ugly coin. But anyway, that coin is $400. That's one coin. It is described as mint condition. It is not graded by any third party, so take it as you will. The coin is $400. Our set of 4 that are certified third-party grading in Mint State 63, guaranteed grade, $395. There's so much to this presentation because option 1 was 2 coins, option 2 was 4. And option 3, a 7-coin collection of piece dollars that are certified. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at the population totals of that column that you see with the green header. Take a look, because this is where the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. You can see from the top, it is 0.7% of the mintage in terms of certification. That's not even 0.75%. You know that already, though, right? When you get to the 1922P with a mintage over 51 million, and yet not even 1/3% will qualify for this grade. Now, here's where we're getting into some rarefied territory. The 25P, the same thing, 0.3%, not 33%, less than 1/3%. That is bona fide, registered rarity, recorded, archived, part of the record. Now, take a look at the 1923S, San Francisco Mint, and take a look at the population. The population in 6.3 is 6,791 coins, and that is both PCGS and NGC. And as a percentage, folks, that's 1/25th of 1%. That is next to nothing. And that's why only 6,791 coins have been graded. And ladies and gentlemen, the grading services didn't just start doing this yesterday. They've been at it since the mid-1980s. So they've graded a lot of coins. By this time, this is the historical accounting of the populations of these coins, next to nil. Now, let's get back into it. We're going to move down to the 22D. Just the second silver dollar ever struck at the Denver Mint. The first one was the 21D, the Morgan. This coin had a mintage of 15,063,000, which, by the way, was less than the 21 Morgan. But only 6,207 coins have ever been graded. And again, 1/25th of 1% of the mintage. These are minuscule populations. Now, obviously, I know what you're saying to yourself. If this was a Morgan dollar, that figure would be 10 times or maybe even 20 times that amount. Now, let's go to the bottom line. 1923 from Denver. A mere 3,436 coins have been certified. 1/20th of 1% of the mintage. And also, I want you to take a look at the mintage. Have you ever heard of a piece dollar with a mintage of 6.8 million? You'd think that was a typographical error, right? But it's not. That is a really low mintage for any silver dollar. And that is, again, like I said, only 1/20th of 1% will grade in a 6.3. So I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the final column there as well, which is so important because that gives you the finest known examples. These are Mint State 63s. Here's the world of Mint State 63. Now, by the way, and I hope you call me on this, because this is a collection of 7. And we are offering every coin that is on this list and every bit of rarity, all those coins that you see there. This is your opportunity to score them all. Let's take a look at what we're talking about here, because this is our ultimate version of one of the rarest piece dollar collections that you never knew you could afford because you never knew this much rarity was so affordable. Take a look. all 7 of these coins for less than $1,000, for $995. I've been a coin collector all my life, since I was 7 years old, and I have been a coin dealer for what seems like even longer than that. And I'll tell you, over the years, I have seen with my own 2 eyes how undervalued peace dollars are, how worthwhile they are to collect. And today, I see what's happening in the world of coins. Collectors everywhere, because silver dollars are just so embraced by collectors because of their size and because of the history behind them. The peace dollar has joined the ranks of the untouchables when it comes to uncirculated coinage. It is really tough to do, and I want you to know, we handpick coins here. You watch our shows, we handpick the certified coins. We handpick the coins that we sell that are uncertified. We stand behind the grades of our coins, and the reason why we do is the knowledge that we have. We know what a peace dollar should look like. For $995, I want to show you why this deal blows every single deal out there out of the water. This is a 1925 peace dollar. If you buy the set of 4, there's a 25 in there. If you buy the set of 7, they're all in there. Now take a look at that coin right there. It is priced at $800. I'm offering an opportunity to get that coin in a collection of 4 for $395, or in a collection of 7 for $995. So, I mean, you know, for $195, you get 6 other great coins. Now, I want to show you where the market's at. Every one of the coins that you're about to see here are in this deal in one form or another. And you can see that I am inviting you, in fact, I'm enticing you to go for the set of 7 or to go for the set of 4, and especially to go for the set of 2, because I want to open your eyes to the rarity of peace dollars, and that is just the set to do it. Because when you see the mintages vis-a-vis the populations versus the populations and the rarity, crystal clear. And for $149, so here, a Mint State 63, 1923 peace dollar, struck at the Denver Mint. We have one in the collection for over $300. I want to show you a 1925. The reason why I'm showing you this is because, yes, we have a 1925 struck at Philadelphia in this collection. But I want to show you the power of the peace dollar. This is a Mint State 68. Here on Rare Collectibles TV, you could buy a Mint State Morgan dollar from us in Mint State 68. And the coin will be, well, probably about $2,000, depending on what the date is. Yes, there are Mint State 68s that you could spend hundreds of thousands on. But you could get a really nice Mint State 68, and that's about the cost. Take a look at what a peace dollar in Mint State 68 is going to run you. Look at that coin, almost $90,000. And that's an auction. And you can bet your bottom dollar that that coin started out at $1 or $10 or whatever the open was. And it ended up in almost 90 grand. That is a bold example of the power of Mint State peace dollars. What it is proof that a peace dollar in Mint State, hey, I love Morgan dollars and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but there is no comparison. Here's a 23S. We have a 23S in the collection here. This one is a Mint State 66. Now, I got to tell you, Mint State 66 for a silver dollar is an unbelievable coin to own. And in this case, in a peace dollar, it's over $31,000. Here's a 1924. This 1924 was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It's a Mint State 68. It's almost $55,000 at the auction that it sold at. So, folks, here's an opportunity to be an uncirculated, a gem uncirculated peace dollar collector. 2 coins, a 1922 from Philadelphia and a 1923, $149. 4 coins, all Mint State 63s, 22 and 23 from Philadelphia, just like the set of 2, with the addition of the 24 and the 25, also from Philadelphia, for $395. Folks, there is one coin in the comps that I showed you that was nearly as much as the collection of 4. Just one coin in the same grade, not 5 grades higher, the same grade. And the collection of 7, for $995, you get every one of these truly scarce coins. I would be willing to wager that most of you collectors out there have not realized where this collection actually stands in comparison to any Mint State coin we've ever offered before. I want you to take a look, because this is big. This is a chance for 7 coins with populations that'll just spin your head. You're going to do a double take. You are just not going to realize. You can start at the bottom if you want and work our way up. Because these populations, ladies and gentlemen, just one of these coins, look at that 23D at the bottom. Only 3,436 coins have ever been certified in Mint State 63 by PCGS and NGC combined. There's no other word for it but rarity. When you go up one, 6,207 coins, that's the 22D. And again, by both NGC and PCGS. Well, folks, the 23S, a San Francisco beauty, with such a small population, 6,791 coins. Ladies and gentlemen, find a Morgan with that low a population in 6.3, and you're going to be looking at a $10,000 coin. You're going to be looking at a $5,000 coin. You are not going to be able to score a deal like this anywhere. And I got to tell you this, the world knows that peace dollars, they've been around. $9.95 for a set of 7, $3.95 for 4, or $149 for 2. But this silver dollar was designed by a man by the name of Anthony DeFrancisi. His wife, Teresa, was the model for this coin. And if you look at the history of the design of this coin and how it was done, you know the story about Anna William Willis posing for George T. Morgan for the Morgan dollar. But the same thing happened for the peace dollar. DeFrancisi actually entered a contest that was sponsored by a fine arts commission to select the design for this peace dollar. And it was tough going because back then, when a proposed design for a coin was conceived, it was published in the newspapers. It was big news. Every citizen in the United States, they read newspapers. And you could see a sketch of that coin. You could see what it was going to look like. And the public didn't like the original design. And they made the mint change it at the very last minute, or this coin would not have been received at all. So the scarcity of peace dollars versus Morgan dollars, who's the winner? It's the peace dollar. Surprising, right? The last chance, ladies and gentlemen. History making, price breaking, $9.95 for the 7, $3.95 for the set of 4, or $149 for the set of 2. They're all scarce. They're all harder to get than a Morgan dollar in the same grade. I bet you never thought that would be a historical fact, but it is. So I got to go now. I wish I could stay here for the rest of the day because peace dollars are really exciting. When you start exploring the different dates, look at the variety here. Look at the scarcity. You can't argue with those population totals. Really hard to do. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great stuff. This one's going to be hard to beat, though, and we don't have a lot. And I'll see you all really soon. Goodbye.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Right now, I feel like I'm the luckiest guy in the world. First of all, I have a deep love and passion for collecting United States rare coins that's rooted in our great country and our revolutionary history. Our country was the great experiment, folks. It was the first true democracy of a major country, no king or queen or other monarch, with a constitution that declared it was that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were God-given rights. They weren't rights handed down by the state or by some monarch. And that was a revolutionary concept back in 1776. It's hard to believe it was only about 250 years ago. Such a relatively short time compared to the histories of other countries, that many of which have been around for thousands of years before there was a United States of America. And I have a United States rare coin today of the highest quality ever offered in the history of Coin TV. Coin TV goes back over 30 years. And this is the highest quantity ever to appear in the quantity that I have these examples. We have over 50 of these classics. We have some of these on display here. If there is one coin I could most highly recommend that you ever acquire, if you never buy another United States rare coin, it would be the St. Gaudens No Motto, struck for only 2 years, 1907 and 1908. Now, I've been collecting United States rare coins since I was 10 years old. Again, there's many reasons why I love United States rare coins. It's their beauty, their history, the symbolism on every United States rare coin, the words liberty, e pluribus unum. But I think what I love most is that I have the privilege of being able to offer my clients, you folks watching today, the kind of rare coins I really believe in. I discovered early on, when I was in my 20s, I learned something very important about myself. I learned that I was a terrible salesman, that if I did not have something to offer my client that I really believed in, that I believed was good for my client, that I did not have the heart to try to persuade them to buy it. I couldn't pretend. I didn't want to pretend. It's really simple. So I have this coin for you today, folks, that, again, if there's one coin I would ask you to acquire as part of your collection, or just one coin to put away for your kids, your grandkids, if you've never bought a rare coin before, that once you get this coin in your hands, you will love owning this coin, and this coin will be so good to you. It's a coin that you want to keep in your family to pass on to your kids, your grandkids, in the extraordinary, well-preserved condition I have them in for you today. It's the 1908 No Motto. And these coins are mint state 66 condition. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle we're looking at, folks, is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Now, in my right hand, I have a Morgan dollar, largest silver coin struck by the U.S. Mint over the last 200 plus years. You know, it's an extremely popular coin because, again, it's such a large, heavy coin. It's struck, you know, this one was struck over 100 years ago. Very big, heavy coins, very popular among collectors. You can feel the heft of this coin, folks. I mean, they're large, heavy coins. And then in my left hand, I have a St. Gaudens Double Eagle. You put the two side by side. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle is a little smaller in diameter than the Morgan dollar, about 10% smaller in diameter. But the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, folks, is about 25% heavier. You could feel the difference. It's a real heavy coin with just about an ounce of gold. Now, gold right now is about $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce. So just in gold alone, this particular St. Gaudens I have is really beat up, is worth almost $1,800 just for the gold value alone. And the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is arguably the crown jewel, the greatest numismatic creation of the 20th century in U.S. numismatics. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle was struck for a very brief time from 1907 to 1933. The coins I have today, folks, really should not exist, but for Executive Order 6102 signed by then President Franklin Roosevelt. You see, in the late 1920s, our country fell into a deep depression. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, can you imagine? There was no federal deposit insurance back then. You could have your life savings in the bank, 20, 30 years that you'd ended up saving, your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you're wiped out. The economic devastation was something our country had never experienced before. So there was understandable panic among all United States citizens who had their savings in banks who were still solvent, wondering if their bank would be next. You had a lot of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying gold coins with their money, because they reasoned, and if I had been in their position, I would have done the same thing. And they reasoned, the American economy could go under, that paper money could be worthless tomorrow. But gold, throughout human history, I mean, going back to Egyptian times, gold in every culture has always had value. And so you had all these Americans who were taking their money and buying gold coins. Well, this created further stress on the banking system. And so early in 1933, Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. He issued it on April 5th of 1933. And it stated that no citizen could own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. You had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold bullion or gold coins or gold certificates, now gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold coins would have been 5 St. Gaudens Double Eagles. If you were caught with over 5 St. Gaudens Double Eagles, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And so you had citizens who had to turn in all their gold coins back to the U.S. Treasury in exchange for paper money. And the Treasury then proceeded to take all those gold coins and melt them back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars between 1933 and 1940. Tens of millions of gold double eagles. However, there were a small group of citizens and some institutions in the U.S. who reasoned, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I keep my money in the bank could go under and I could be wiped out. But I can't buy gold coins and hold on to them. I could be arrested and go to jail. But there's a third option. And they proceeded, while it was still legal, to buy gold coins and have them shipped to banks in Europe. It may not be able to own gold coins in this country, but it wasn't illegal to own gold coins in another country. And they proceeded to ship these gold coins in bags to these European banks where they've been in the vaults since the 1930s. And it wasn't until the mid-70s, when Gerald Ford was president, that gold was once again legal to own in the United States. And you began to see some of these gold bags coming out of Europe. And I actually have one of those bags, original bags that came out of one of those European banks. Now, folks, what makes these coins so extraordinary is their state of preservation. These coins are 1908 no motto St. Gaudens double eagles in mint state 66 condition. They were only struck for just over a year in 1907 and early 1908. They're called the no motto variety because there is no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. Now, folks, what makes them so extraordinary and what makes it so unique is the quality, the state of preservation of these coins. They're among the finest known. These St. Gaudens double eagles, as I said earlier, they're the largest, heaviest gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint. Here's a 1924, folks. This is a typical St. Gaudens double eagle. Notice the deep gouge by the rim there at 8 o'clock. A deep cut right through the midriff of Liberty, and the other scuffs across Liberty's face and some cuts in the field. Here's a second piece I have, a different date. Look at the deep cut, again, in the field at 8 o'clock. These coins are not even gradable, but this is the kind of quality you expect from a coin that's struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. All right, they were used, heavily used in the banking system. These heavy gold coins, when they were struck, they'd be ejected into the bin. One coin would fall on top of another. From there, they went through coin counting machines. They were dumped into bags, and the bags were shipped to banks throughout the country. So when you got one at the teller, even though it was never in circulation, it would already be heavily bag marked. The vast majority of St. Gaudens double eagles are very heavily bag marked, low grade coins. Now I'd like you to take a look at one of the 1908s that we have for you today in mint state 66 condition. Mint state 66 condition, that is the Sheldon grading scale that grading services use. It goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. There are no St. Gaudens. They don't exist in MS-70, folks. That's impossible. 66 is extraordinary. Look at this coin. Sasha's rotating it around. The coin looks like a specimen, like it was struck yesterday, and it never fell into a bin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it for over 100 years in pristine condition. Look at this. It is absolutely spectacular. Normally, you'll see cuts in the field. You'll see rub along the high point of Liberty's breast or on her left knee there, where those are the high points of the coin. You'll typically see abrasions there and cuts in the eagle. This coin looks like it was struck as a modern coin, as a specimen. How it ever survived the process, being dumped into a bin, being dumped into a bag, surviving in this condition, well, the fact is, very few did. And that's what makes these so special. In fact, folks, to make the most important point, if you went to the Smithsonian and looked at their collection of St. Gaudens double eagles, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Here are the grades of the St. Gaudens double eagles that are in the Smithsonian. You can see all the different dates and mint marks. The Smithsonian example of the 1908 no motto is an MS-66, exactly the grade we have for you today. You can see the rest of the dates are AU-58s, MS-62s. They're all lower grades. We go to the second and third pages. Very few coins grade 6.5 or 6.6 in the Smithsonian collection, folks. Then you get those last few dates, the 1930s, finest known MS-68. It's worth probably in the millions and millions of dollars if it ever came onto the market. When we look at all the St. Gaudens struck and number that have survived in mint state condition, folks, this will help put it in perspective. Again, there were about 70 million coins struck. Remember, about 40% of those were melted back down into gold bars. To date, in all grades in uncirculated condition, mint state 60 and higher, about 1.8 million have been certified in mint state 60 or higher condition. That's only about 2.6% of all the examples struck. But most of those are much lower grades. When you look at the numbers certified in the highest MS66 grade, folks, there you can see the total mintage of the no mottos versus the mottos. Total certified in MS66, only 16,118 coins in the no motto variety. That's about 0.1% surviving in MS66 in the entire series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, superb St. Gaudens Double Eagles can sell for huge, huge premiums because of their beauty, their rarity, their desirability. One of the most well-known is the 1927D. Here's an example that sold in auction some years back for about, it was in MS63 condition, okay? MS63 condition, it sold for about 1.3 million. There are many, many dates like this in the series that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here I've got this extremely desirable 1908 no motto in MS66, Smithsonian quality. Here's the best way I can explain it. I've got this value chart here for double eagles. On the low end, you've got a $2,000 coin, which is your basic double eagle that's used for jewelry that's been polished and cleaned and is all bag marked. I mean, gold value alone, it has almost $2,000 worth of gold in it. And then at the high end, those most desirable St. Gaudens Double Eagles, you have coins that go for over $1 million. Okay? Here we've got this incredibly desirable coin, and it's almost at this, common date kind of price. We've got it priced at this end of the spectrum, folks. And in terms of desirability, it should be, at this end of the spectrum, because here, again, these are among the finest known. You look at this coin once more, and it's just, again, like it just came off the die, and you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just stored it for this past, over 110 years, and it looks like it's a specimen, a museum piece. Indeed, the Smithsonian. 1908 no motto is MS66 condition, like you see here. It's magnificent. And the best part is the price, folks. The best part is the price. There was an article that came out not too long ago. It talked about, is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold in lower quality condition, the easiest to find gold. And what they said in this article, and this is something I've been telling my clients for the last several years, and it's almost like they paraphrased what I've been saying on my shows about United States rare gold coins. And to quote from the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, to give you a personal example, I remember it was about 20 years ago, I had a common date double eagle, a common date. It was in MS63 condition. Now at that time, gold was about $300 or $400 an ounce. And I sold the coin to a dealer for about $3,500, which was about 10 times the gold value. Again, and this is for a common date in MS63 condition. And that is the premium those coins were going for. Today we have gold at $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce. 5-6 times higher than what it was back then, 15, 20 years ago. 10 times the gold value for an MS63 would be around $20,000. And this is an MS66, 1908 no motto. MS66, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. Please get yourself at least one. I've got these coins today while we have them in this limited time for $4,895 a coin. $4,895 a coin. That's less than 3 times the gold value for a Smithsonian quality St. Gaudens Double Eagle. If you can't swing the entire $48.95 today, we have a 2-payment option where all you have to do is put half down today of $2,447.50. And we'll hold one of these coins for you with your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. This is the kind of coin when you have some friends over who you feel comfortable sharing it with, or any kind of close relatives, your local coin show, take it to your local coin shop, and you show them this double eagle, this St. Gaudens in this MS66 condition. You can't help but just be in awe of this coin when you see it this close to perfection. It is a masterpiece, and it's worth, in the years ahead, this potential for this coin is so extraordinary. This is a coin to put away for the long term for your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. Now, we call it the St. Gaudens Double Eagle because the artist's name was Augustus St. Gaudens, one of the greatest sculptors of that era. His inspiration was this statue you see behind me here, this replica, called the Winged Victory of Samothrace, or the Nike of Samothrace. This is considered one of the greatest sculptors of the Greco-Roman era, one of the greatest all-time classics. The actual Nike statue sits in the Louvre, folks. When you enter the Louvre, up a long flight of stairs, at the top of those stairs is the statue of the Nike. The entire statue is about 18 feet high. It is magnificent, and it wasn't discovered until the year 1863 on the island of Samothrace. And this was St. Gaudens' inspiration. This is that portrait you see on the front of the coin. And the eagle on the reverse, folks, is as inspirational as the Nike is on the obverse. You look at the eagle on the reverse of this coin, its wings outstretched on an upward trajectory in full flight, with the rays of the sun behind. And it's the no motto variety. Now, what is the no motto variety? When the first coins were struck, they had no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. And this was because Theodore Roosevelt, who was president at the time, felt that putting "In God We Trust" was sacrilege, because he felt that money was often used for less than noble purposes. And in a very eloquent article printed in the New York Times, he explained his reasoning. In the central body of the article, he writes, "My own feeling in the matter is due to my very firm conviction that to put such a motto on coins or to use it in any kindred manner not only does no good, but does positive harm and is in effect irreverence, which comes dangerously close to sacrilege. A beautiful and solemn sentence, such as the one in question, should be treated and uttered only with that fine reverence which necessarily implies a certain exaltation of spirit." And so that's why he had it left off the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. However, the public felt differently. They understood that money was often used for less than noble purposes, but they felt all our coins should have "In God We Trust" somewhere on our coin as a daily reminder, folks. That's what that's what's so great about our United States coins. Daily reminders of who we strive to be as a people. And they felt "In God We Trust" needed to be on the coin. And so late in 1908, Roosevelt relented, and they added "In God We Trust" to the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And from late 1908 until the end of the series, all the St. Gaudens Double Eagles were struck with "In God We Trust." It's the very first variety that we have for you today of the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck in 1907 and partway through 1908. And these are among the finest surviving specimens. $4,895 a coin. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, this is a very, very limited time offer. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle, no motto variety. I've often given presentations on this coin in lower grades. We've had them in MS63 grade many times. We've had them in MS64 grade. Occasionally, we've had them in MS65. And on a rare occasion, I had some examples in MS66, but I only had a handful of those. This is the greatest group we've ever offered and we ever will offer in this extraordinary MS66 condition, among the finest known. To be able to offer it for only $4,895 a coin, folks, I can't think of a better gift to give yourself, your kids, your grandkids, whoever you want to, it's just a dream come true. Just take a look at every one of these coins, folks. These large gold coins, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce, nearly an ounce of gold. We have very, very limited numbers of these in MS66 condition. This is a coin where you don't want to call back in a week or 2 weeks to order your coin. We often get customers who will record our program and then they'll call back a week later and try and order one of the coins. This is a kind of coin in this condition where if you call back a week from now, it's quite likely we will not have any examples left. Do yourself this favor. If you can swing more than one, please swing more than, get one more than one of these. Get 3 if you can. This is just a spectacular, spectacular coin. As I've been saying for several years, if there's just one coin you could own in all of United States coinage, it would be this first variety of this St. Gaudens Double Eagle, a no motto. And to be able to offer it in MS66, folks, it truly is, for me as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, it truly is a dream come true. I mean, I never thought I'd be able to offer something like this in this condition at this price. Again, we have very, very limited quantities. Do yourself a favor, get at least one. Thank you for watching. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Welcome, Rick and Kim here, Rick's U.S. Coin Show, and we've got the most extraordinary group of proof Lincoln cents. This is historic, folks. First of all, I love Lincoln cents. Kim, have you ever seen my... Folks, this is what I first started collecting, Lincoln cents. Have you ever seen this book?
Yes, I actually have, but maybe many of the audience members have not yet, especially your book.
Let's show them this book. Folks, I was so proud of this because this is the one book. This one started in 1941, and I was able to get these coins by going through my parents' and grandparents' change, and I got all the wheat backs except for 2 dates, the 49S and the 54P. I could never find those 2 dates in the change of all the wheatback pennies. Now we call them pennies or cents.
Now, the book prior to that goes from 1909 to 1940. I had a lot of holes in that book, a lot of holes. But you notice how they're all, they're all taken from change, they're all circulated. And that was my pride and joy, because it was the one book I almost completed. Now, Kim and I had the extraordinary opportunity of going through a collection an individual had accumulated over perhaps 20 years, where he went through probably millions of proof sets from the Philadelphia Mint era, which is 1964 and earlier, proof sets. And he would cherry pick the sets and cut out every Lincoln cent that he thought was an exceptional spot-free condition. And that was quite an undertaking, And he just accumulated these. And after all this time, he had several thousands. And Kim and I had the opportunity of going through all these.
Yes, and I have them right here.
You have a sample of one of those.
Yes, I wanted to show some of the audience members some of these coins.
This would be great.
Because this is, do you want me to stay right here, or should I go over there?
You should probably go in front of the camera for these.
I want you guys to get a really good look at these coins, because these are some really beautiful gem-proof Lincoln cents that, I mean, these are some really nice coins here. Really nice coins.
They were really extraordinary. I mean, the ones this gentleman had cut out were, they were just absolutely haze-free and spot-free. And, we went through thousands and thousands that he had, again, cut out over several decades, folks. In all, there were over 10,000 proof Lincolns he had cut out. And I have to tell you, of the 5 denominations in proof condition, the Lincolns are among the toughest because they're struck in copper. That's the most reactive of all the metals. Most proof Lincolns do not look like this. These are extraordinary quality. And I've got some proof sets to show you that are more typical.
So here's an example.
And she'll cut out, 1 or 2 of these just so you could see. This is the original proof packaging used at the Philadelphia Mint. And this is one of the problems at the Philadelphia Mint in 1964 and earlier. They used this cellophane packaging. Oh boy, that's a beauty. But you take a look at that Lincoln there. You can't even tell it's a copper cent. It's so dark. And that's struck cut right out of the cellophane envelope.
These coins oxidize so much when they're not properly stored and taken care of. You can see all along.
Now that one's obvious, but she's got a couple other sets there that aren't as obvious. That they look nice at first glance, but when you cut it out and get it out of the cellophane, then you see a lot of tiny imperfections and little spots that it's hard to see while it's in the opaque-ish cellophane packaging. And there's another one. I'm not sure what year that is.
This one is a 61.
61, okay. Now that one we're going to have to get a close-up on so we can see, because at first glance from a distance it looks just fine. But you look at it up close, you've got some toning issues. There's a little spot there above the date. Couple little toning spots above the date. And this is a better piece. This might even be a proof 66 or maybe even a proof 67, although it has some toning in the center there. That may keep it from an RD or red designation. It may still grade red, but they might call it red-brown. So copper coins can be the most difficult to get in really nice high-grade condition. You can get coins that are high grade, but because of the toning that we're talking about, they might not grade red anymore. You see the grading services have different designations for copper coins. If they have the original bright mint color as they were struck, they'll give them a designation of RD for red. And for Lincoln cents, it's kind of the highest compliment you can pay a Lincoln, because to have a coin that's decades old, 40, 50, 60 years old, with that original mint color is extraordinary. So the grading service will give it an RD, meaning it has that original mint red color. Now, after it's toned a little, like those couple of those 61 ones Kim has showed you, then they give it an RB designation. And here's an example of this is a mint state coin, but it's an RB for red brown. And once you go from red to red brown, you could have the same numerical grade. You could have two coins that are proof 66 or proof 67. The RD will be a much higher value than the RB, because the RB has lost some of that original mint color. And you could see how it's gotten kind of brownish. And then, of course, you get the BN for brown, which is when your Lincoln has lost all its color and it's just turned that chocolatey brown like you saw in my album here, where all the coins are basically chocolate brown except for the 1943 steel cents. Now, this is so exciting. This is why I've specialized in these coins for over 30 years to get these kinds of opportunities. It's why I'm working so hard on my next book. It's been a long time since I wrote my first book, which covered the Lincoln cents, Jefferson nickels, Roosevelt dimes, Washington quarters, Franklin and Kennedy halves. This next book is going to also cover those Lincoln cents, because it is such an important area of U.S. numismatics. And I have just the most extraordinary set for you today, and it is at a great, great price. Now, when I say the Lincolns, when we're talking about proof coins, are among the toughest to get in high-grade condition from this early Philadelphia Mint era, here's a couple examples I have for you. If, for example, folks, you wanted to put together a set of 1941 proof coins, you've got the Walking Liberty half, the Washington quarter, the Mercury dime, the Jefferson nickel, and the Lincoln cent. And you wanted to put them together in proof 67 condition. Now, the 1941 Walker, to get a 41 Walker in proof 67, would be about a couple $1,000s for a really nice one. You could get one, by the way, in proof 68, but the problem is you couldn't get some of the other coins, well, one of the other coins in proof 68. So the Walker would be a couple $1,000s. The Washington quarter in proof 67 would be about $500. The Mercury dime might be close to $1,000. Jefferson nickel might be around $500. So those four coins right there are about $4,000. Now, the reason you can't put together a matching set in proof 68 is because of the Lincoln cent. The highest grade Lincoln cent for 1941 is a proof 67. And proof 67 1941 Lincolns are extremely rare. They're far rarer than any of the other four denominations for that year. The last two examples to appear in auction. Here's one that appeared in auction in the year 2010. Sold for $18,000 in a major auction, $18,400. Then a few years later, in 2013, another one appeared, $28,200 for that Lincoln cent. So it's understandable. This is a great area of collector interest, folks. And we have some Lincoln cents for you today in proof 68 condition from the last years of the Philadelphia Mint. And here's what's exciting. If you try and shop around on eBay for these, the last year of the Philadelphia Mint era in proof making was 1964. After 1964, they shut down proof making for proof sets. And when they resumed proof making for proof sets in 1968, it was at the San Francisco Mint, where they all have S Mint marks. So the last year was 1964. And that's when they all, again, the Philadelphia Mint used this cellophane packaging. Here's a 1964. This is the most common coin in the set, the 1964 Lincoln. They've only graded about 4,000 examples. And it's about $70, which is a very fair price, a very fair price. Here's a 1961 in proof 68. $129. Here's a 1963, $65. Here's a 1961 red brown, improved 67 red brown, okay, red brown, and it's still $55. One last coin, 1963. 63, 62, 61, NGC, PCGS combined have graded about 1,500 examples, improved 68. That's it, 1,500 examples. In 1964, they've graded about, I don't know, 3,500, 4,000. So the 64, not quite as rare as the 63, 62, and 61. Take a look at the top. These 4 coins I have for you today in this special. This is a deal. Again, we bought these coins that were cherry-picked. We went through thousands and thousands of these. I bought the entire deal. We cherry-picked what he cherry-picked and submitted them for grading. So there is no middleman here. So here's what I can offer you on these 4 coins you see at the top. Take a look, close-up at each one of those. You've got the 1961. If we could do a little hand shot of each one of these, you've got the 1961, the 1962, 63, or 64, folks. This is going to be your choice of dates. You can select any one of those 4 dates. Any one of those 4 dates. A reasonable retail figure for some of those dates is $125. 64, maybe $75. Take your pick on these dates. $29 a coin. Take your pick of dates, folks. If you want a second coin, we guarantee you a different date. You can pick a different date. Also, $29 a coin. Look at this, 1961. Absolutely pristine, like it just came off the die. And the thing is going to be 60 years old soon, folks. These are so rare like this. Again, NGC and PCGS combined, both services combined, have only graded about 1,500 examples out of a mintage of about 3 million. That's it. About 1,500 coins. Then 1962, about the same, only about 1,500 graded. $29 a coin. You want a third date? A third date, take your pick. You get a third different date, it's $29 a coin. A fourth date is $29 a coin, so you can get all 4 for only $116. To me, that's like getting 4 coins for the price of 1. This is only because we were able to buy this collection, and so we bought it way below wholesale. We bought the entire deal ungraded from this gentleman. We went through coins he had cherry-picked, and we cherry-picked the finest examples ourselves and submitted them. And so you are getting first crack on the finest proof Lincolns from the Philadelphia era that there are in the country today. This is an extraordinary, extraordinary opportunity. This is something that, again, a Lincoln cents of all the denominations, they are the hardest coins to conserve because of their copper content. You know, once they tone and get hazy, there's nothing you can do about it. If you try and dip, for example, a Lincoln cent and send it to the grading service, they won't grade it. They'll send it back to you in what we call a body bag, just like a plastic flip, and they'll write altered surfaces on the coin. So, folks, we've got those 4 coins at the top for only $116 if you want all 4. But it gets even better. It gets even better, because now we have the coins on the second row there. We've got the 1960 large date, which is a little tougher than those first 4 dates, the 61 to 64. The 60 large date, they only struck 1.6 million sets. And then you have the first year of the Memorial Reverse series, the 1959. The 1959. You see the 1959 there? Kim is going to show you that reverse. This was the first year of the Memorial Reverse. They changed the reverse in 1959 to the Memorial design to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. And so that was the very, very first year. Now, a 1960 large date, here's one in proof 67 red that's $56, and just proof 67 red. The 1959 proof 67, here's one for $70. Folks, again, this is based on our cost. Those additional coins, if you want those additional coins where you have the complete set of the Philadelphia Mint Memorial Reverse Lincoln cents from 1959 and 1964, those two additional coins can be used also for only an additional $29 a coin, which means you can buy the complete set of 6 for only $174. $174 for that set of 6.
I love Lincoln cents. That's amazing. It's only, I mean, proof
It
miners.
is.
Proof miners are just, I remember even when I was growing up, and then you would always tell me, Kim, you know, look at these miners. If you want to spend your money on some coins that have condition rarity.
Remember how I used to tell you how you used to have to handle them carefully, wash your hands, and only touch them on the rim. You could only touch it because if you put your fingerprint on the coin, we couldn't get it off.
Especially these Lincoln cents, they tend to get these hairlines so easily. Just
Any kind of spotting.
Yes.
Now, folks, but this is the best part of all. Let's get to the last row on the bottom. The last row on the bottom. Because Kim is going to show you the last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln Reverse. And these are the toughest of all from this set. The Wheatback Lincolns, and she's going to show you the reverse. These coins are so much in demand because of the Wheatback Reverse Lincoln design. The last year of the Wheatback Lincoln was 1958. So they stopped making the Wheatback Lincoln in 1958 when there really weren't as many collectors as there were back in the 1960s. Very, very few of these sets have survived with a superb proof Lincoln. Look at this. I mean, the gentleman who took the time to cherry pick these really did us a tremendous, he had an incredible vision to start doing this, you know, about 20 years ago. And you've got a 56 here that looks like it 60 years old, and it looks absolutely pristine, brand new. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Here's just a couple comps we're going to show you. There's a 57 Kim has. And that one is a proof 68, $199, $200. Here's a 58 in proof 68. Over $200. So you got the 3 Wheatback Lincolns, but then there's a 4th coin, the 1960 small date. The 1960 small date at the very bottom there, you've got the 1956, 1957, 1958, all in proof 68, and then this 1960 small date. And I'm going to explain the small date to you. But first, before I do that, take a look at the small date. If you could show them the whole holder so they could see the small date designation and everything. Folks, this entire 10-coin set is $295. Let me first say that. The entire 10-coin set is $295. And if you want 3 sets, you can own 3 sets for $859. But 10-coin set, that's $29.50 a coin. And there is a 1960 small date. This is huge. First of all, what is the 1960 small date? And I've got a great picture that shows the difference between the large date and the small date. That coin alone is worth the entire set in proof 68 condition. And you can see where they draw the lines there in the date and between the 1960 small date on the left and the large date on the right. And you can see how the gap, how the 9 and the 6 extend so much further on the large date than they do on the small date. The small date, folks, the small date, they only only about 3 to 5% of the small dates, some say 4 to 5%, roughly 80,000 estimated struck of the proof small date variety. That's the total minage. Estimated about 80,000. You look at the total NGC PCGS populations at the bottom there. Proof 67 red, about 1,800 coins graded. Proof 68, only 930 coins. 930 coins, and 213 in proof 69. Here's one in proof 67, $99. This entire set, $295, including the small date. Every coin, not in proof 67, but in proof 68. Here's a real top-of-the-line small date in proof 68 deep cameo. They're $5,000 coins. There's a couple of them. Here's another one that sold for over $5,000 in auction. Though that's an auction price realized, $5,187. $295 for the entire 10-coin set. The 3 wheatbacks, the last 3 years of the wheatback series, the 1956, 57, 58, one grade from the highest. The highest grade any of these dates have received from NGC is proof 69. This is one grade from the highest, proof 68s. And the entire set is $295. So let's start from the beginning one more time. The coins we have the most of are the coins at the very top from this once-in-a-lifetime proof Lincoln estate. You can get your choice of dates. If you've just tuned in, any one of these dates that you see here, NGC proof 68 red, the 1961, 62, 63, or 64, your choice of dates, $29 a coin. If you want a second date, different date, it's also $29. If you want a third different date, it's $29. And if you want the fourth date, it's $29 as well. So the entire 4-coin set is $116. If you want to go further and go get the earlier dates, here you're getting some rare coins that you see there on the middle row. You've got the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln Series, the 1959. That's the first year of the Memorial Reverse. And then you have the 1960 large date. Those are also $29 a coin, but they are part of this set above, which you can get if you get the first 4 dates. You can also choose to get these 2 dates and only pay an additional $29 a coin, so it's $174 for these 6 coins. Now, if you want to get the entire set, then, though, it gets even better, because here's where the price drops down. You know, I mean, this is extraordinary, because normally the 56, 57, 58 wheatbacks, you'd expect to pay 3 to 4 times more than the Memorial Reverse. These are so much tougher, so much in demand. You'd expect these 3 coins to be at the very least $150 to $200 a coin for the 56, 57, and 58. And the small date, same thing. The rarest coin in the set. That's the rarest coin in the set. Fewer than 1,000 graded in proof 68, NGC and PCGS combined. And I've got the entire 10-coin set for $295. We have got a lot of people calling in on this. This is really, really exciting. This is something you will not find anywhere else. You can go to a major coin show, folks. You will not be able to put together a 10-coin Lincoln set in this condition at this price, anywhere near this price. If you are a collector who really, really values getting coins with extraordinary eye appeal, extraordinary quality, incredible rarity, and you want a good deal, that's so hard to do. It's so hard to do, because normally when you have a coin offered to you that has exceptional eye appeal for the date, exceptional quality for the date, exceptional rarity, you're usually talking $1,000, $5,000 a coin. Here you've got those coins, and you've got the entire 10-coin set for $29.50 a coin. $29.50 a coin. If you were to go submit one of the coins yourself for grading, the grading fee They would charge, the grading fee is going to be $20, $25. They're going to charge you $22 registered mail to ship it back to you. Your cost is going to be over $40. That doesn't even include the cost of the coin, and it probably will not grade Proof 68. So here we have the 10 coin set. This is the most incredible collection of Proof Lincolns that we have ever had the opportunity to offer our viewers, that I've ever handled in my life. Again, they were all cherry-picked out. Kim's going to show them to you one last time. He cut the little squares out of the original, he would go through all the proof sets and just pick those Lincoln cents that were absolutely spot-free, that he could see anyway, without any haze, and he just cut them out to keep them stored in the cellophane envelope like you see here. And we've just gotten this group back, folks, from grading. The majority are graded at this point. I was up till 2 in the morning last night putting these charts together for you. Here's one that shows the mintages, comparing the mintages of the Proof Lincolns versus the Mint State Lincolns. The Mint State Lincolns were struck in the billions in those years. The Proof Lincolns were struck in the hundreds of thousands or the low millions. But very, very few of those Lincolns that you see there in proof have survived in high-grade condition. Again, the 64 is the most common. They've graded about 4,000 examples, NGC and PCGS combined in Proof 68. But the 61, 62, 63, about 1,500 coins. 56 to 58, again, just over 1,000. The 60 small date, the rarest of all, fewer than 1,000 graded of the 60 small date in Proof 68 red. And the entire set is only $295. Call in now while I have these. I mean, eventually I will run out of these sets. This is an incredible estate. We're getting a lot of people calling in. We've had, Christy tells me we've had 3 people buying this 3-coin option, or 3-set option, excuse me, the 3-set option, where you can own 3 sets for $859. I'm going to do a last call on this. Thank you for watching this presentation. This has been a thrill from Kim and I to have been presented these coins and to go through them and, you know, do the work so that we're able to offer you something like this that's really ultimate in terms of its eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. You can't get a better value than this. This is really, really special. I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. If you just tuned in, you've seen our presentation on some extraordinary 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in NGC Proof 68 red condition. And we have these sets for only $295. Now again, the size of this collection was something that was the first in my lifetime, where the gentleman who put these coins aside over a couple decades of time, and Kim has the box there to show you a few of the coins he had cut out, where he went through probably over 1 million sets in his time, proof sets from the Philadelphia era from 1964 and earlier, and if you could just pull one of those out, and he had just carefully cut out those cents, those Lincoln cents that really looked pristine, spot-free, and haze-free to him. And out of the 1 million+ sets he went through, we bought his entire collection that was in the thousands of coins. And we cherry-picked all of those that he had cherry-picked. And we had some beautiful Proof 67 sets, extraordinary 6/8 sets that you just saw. And we have a handful of Proof 69 sets. And the highest possible grade. Now, what's extraordinary about that is that here's a chart I put together that shows the total population of proof coins from 1956 to 1964, NGC and PCGIS combined, graded in proof 69 condition. And I have color-coded them, where the bright red number means that is the lowest population issue for that year in proof 69. If it's a darker red, it means that it's the second or third rarest issue in proof 69 for that year. And if it's in black, it means it's one of the most common denominations for that year in proof 69. And what's interesting to note about proofs from this era, there's 2 denominations of the 5 that you cannot put together a complete set of proof 69 coins in. If you wanted to and got really fortunate, you could put together an entire set of Washington quarters from 1950 to 1964 in proof 69. You could do the same thing with the Roosevelt dimes and the Jefferson nickels. You can't do it with the Franklins. There's a few early dates that don't exist in proof 69. And you can't do it with the Lincoln cents because there are a few early dates that really don't exist in proof 69. There are no 50s, for example. There are no 52s. Here's the best 52 I have in my entire inventory. It's a proof 67. Here's a 1953 that's sold in, that was a proof 69 that sold in auction some years ago. It sold for $7,500. If you want one of the earliest Lincolns, they don't exist in proof 69. This was an extraordinary 1914 Lincoln that survived in proof 68 red, well over $100,000. Now, once again, take a look at that chart once more that I have for it, that I put together. And let's look at the column for the Lincoln cents. You could see there, beginning with the 1955, that is the toughest. The 1955 you see there, Lincoln cent, is the rarest coin in that entire table in proof 69 condition, the 1955 Lincoln cent. It's rarer than any other coin in that entire table. $half through Lincoln cents. 1956, the toughest coin for that year, only 253 graded. 57, only 362. The 58, only 270. The 59, 293. The 60 large date, 310. The 60 small date, 213. That is the toughest Lincoln from 1956 to 1964. And then you get to the 64, you have only 2,100 coins. What we have today from this estate is almost 20% of the possible existing population of 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents in proof 69 grade. There's a possible 200+ sets you could make because of the 60 small date. PCGIS and NGC combined, they've graded 213 coins. That's it. So if you had 10% of that population, you'd have about 20 coins. We have approximately 20 sets. And just to give you an idea of what some of these coins go for, the most common dates, the 1964 Lincoln. This is the most common date. The second most common date, 1963, $239. But then you get to a tougher date, like the 1960 large date, 320. And the 1960 small date, $500. Again, the small date, they only struck about 80,000 examples. If you didn't see the first presentation, What makes it so special? Well, it's really easy to see in this blow-up photograph we have of the 1960 large date and small date, where the 9 and the 6 are extended on the large date. The small date, they struck about 1.7 million proof sets, but of those, only about 80,000 were of the small date variety, which is what makes it so rare. So, folks, you've seen a few comparables. Just those few comparables come to around $1,100, $1,200 for those 4 coins. Take a look at this set. We've got all 10 coins from 1956 to 1964. Now, if you called in earlier and acquired a Proof 68 set and you would like to upgrade to one of these Proof 69s, while I have these, you can get one of these sets at this price. That I'm able to offer at this price because of the opportunity I received in acquiring these coins from this estate that we were able to cherry pick, that had already been cherry picked. So there are no middlemen here. We got the coins from the source. We went through them, and I submitted them all. And you're going to love the price on this set, folks, because the entire 10-coin set, the 3 wheatbacks, the 1956, 57, 58 wheatbacks, which normally sell for $400 to $500 each, the 60 small day, which is a $500 coin, those 4 coins right there are $2,000. The 60 large date, 61, 62, which are $400 coins. This should be a $3,000 to $4,000 set. While I have these, it's $1,295. $1,295. In other words, it's $129.50 a coin. $129.50 a coin. Now, you have to understand, again, these are the highest grades these dates have ever received at NGC. Proof 69 red, the highest numerical grades ever given these dates. And again, you've got the 60 small day where only a couple hundred have been graded. The populations on a lot of these dates are 200 to 300 coins total in existence. And we've got the entire set. This is a set, again, folks, if I weren't so fortunate and I had to pay more, it would be easy for me to pay more for this entire set than what I'm offering it to you today at. This is a set that I'd normally pay close to a couple $1,000s for, to get all 10 of these dates in Proof 69. And here I'm able to offer this set. Offer it for only $1,295. We've got several people calling in on this. Again, we have a limited number of these in this highest grade. These are the cherries from this most extraordinary Lincoln Cent collection. The last Proof Lincoln Cents struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint. The last year of production at the Old Philadelphia Mint for these Proof coins was 1964. So you've got the last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincoln. You've got the 1959 Memorial Reverse, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln. The 1960 small date, the 1960 large date. Kim's showing you each one of these. This is as good as it gets, folks. Proof 69 red, $1,295. Another set sold. Another set sold. How many of us have we sold so far, Cameron? He's putting his hands up. Looks like we've already sold 6 of these sets. And there's the last of the Wheatback Lincolns, 1958. 1958, the last of the Wheatback Lincolns. Only 270 graded, NGC and PCGS combined. And then you've got the 1959, the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln, only 293 graded. 293 graded out of a mintage of about 1 million. That's how rare these coins are. Look at that. It looks like it was struck yesterday. A coin that's virtually 60 years old to get it in this extraordinary condition. And then the rarest of all, the 1960 small date in Proof 69 red, where I just showed you One dealer, a very fair price, $500 just for the 1960 small date. I mean, folks, the 1964, the most common date, where they've graded over a couple thousand pieces, is a $125, $150 coin. You're getting the whole set. Think of it as getting the whole set for what you would pay for 1964. But you're getting these much, much rare dates at that same low, low price. And there's the large date variety. The large date variety, think of each coin as $129.50 in this set. The entire 10-coin set, $12.95. I mean, this is the ultimate. When we're talking about getting coins, offering the ultimate in eye appeal, the absolute ultimate in quality, extraordinary condition rarity, and you don't have to pay $1,000 a coin. This is a set that has $1,000 a coin potential, 5-figure potential. But today, you know, again, I've specialized in these kinds of coins, the proof coins, since the early 1980s. My next book, this is going to be one of the feature series, the proof Lincolns, the proof Wheatbacks, the Memorial Reverse Lincolns are so important to collecting. They are so popular for all the right reasons. These coins are beautiful coins, great history, extraordinary collector coins, really, really popular. There are so many Lincoln cent collectors out there. And there's the next to the last date, the 1963. 2 more sets sold. We're going to wrap it up right here again. Now, we have a limited number of these sets in proof 69 red. The last year of the series, and we're going to close it right out, 1964. The last year of the series, because the next year that they made proof coins, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint, and they had an S Mint mark. So this is the last of the Philadelphia Mint Lincoln cents, an appropriate point to end this brief little presentation. Again, if you bought one of these proof 68 sets earlier and you'd like to get a 69 set and you want to upgrade to a 69 set, just call right in. You can do that. If you can keep both of them, you know, it'd probably be a good idea, because at some point you're going to maybe want to sell your lower grade set at some point in the future. But boy, it would be so good to hold on to this 69 set. This is a set you don't want to sell if you don't have to. I mean, this is something to hold on to, folks. This is the ultimate right here for only $12.95, $129.50 a coin. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm going to be your host for this presentation of one of the rarest Lincoln pennies you're ever going to come across. My name is James Gerstel. I want to give you guys a quick peek at what we're talking about, because I only have 15 minutes or so for this presentation, and I want to get all this factual information to you, because this is a truly unique opportunity to own a Lincoln cent that is one of the rarest conditional rarities you're ever going to come across. A coin that is conditionally rare is a coin that in high mint state grades is extremely difficult to find. It can be located in lesser grades. It can be located and circulated. You don't want to own one unless it's just for fun. But when you talk about true rarity, wait till you hear the story behind the 1943 emergency release of Lincoln pennies that took place during the main time of World War II. So let's take a quick look at what we're talking about, because these coins are in the second highest grade known. There's only one grade finer that exists, and just a handful of coins. And what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, are the 1943 P, D, and S, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco struck Lincoln wartime pennies. Let's get right to it because this is really important, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for those of you who admire Abraham Lincoln, as I think everybody in America does, and coin collectors especially love Abraham Lincoln because Abraham Lincoln and the Lincoln penny have been going strong since 1909. There is no coin that the U.S. issues that has gone on for a longer period of time. The longest continuously running series is the Lincoln penny. Now, there are three types of Lincoln pennies when we talk about the reverse of the Lincoln penny, and I'll tell you all about that. But basically, really quickly, we'll get into it a little bit more. You have the wheatback, the original design on the reverse of the Lincoln penny. That transitioned to, in 1959, to the Lincoln Memorial back with the Lincoln Memorial for the 150th anniversary of Lincoln's birth. Then you also have the reverse that is currently in use and has been in use since 2010, the Lindell Bass Union Shield reverse. Well, we're going to be talking about 1943's wheatback Lincoln cents that are steel and zinc coated. Now, copper was a vital metal for the war effort during World War II. So the copper was removed from the Lincoln cent and steel and zinc were substituted. The coins were made of steel and coated or plated with zinc. Now, here's the part about these coins. They were prone to corrosion because they were not stainless steel underneath that zinc. They corroded very easily from being kept in a poor environment or just from age without being cared for. The coins that you're looking at right there have been put away since the first day they were struck. This is very important because the issues of the 1943 Lincoln cents were large, and that's where the conditional rarity comes in. Now, I want you to take a look at the rundown we have here because this will really give you the whole entire story in somewhat black and white. The 43 Ps from Philadelphia, over 684 million coins were struck. And I want you to take a look at the quantities that exist in certified mint state condition. What's really important here is that 1 in every 20,142 coins will certify a mint state, and that's just from Philadelphia. Denver struck over 217 million coins, and the way it shakes down in terms of rarity of mint state, all grades of mint state, is 1 in every 8,853. The 43S, the San Francisco struck version, 1 in every 7,701 coins will certify in mint state. Now, that's all grades of mint state, ladies and gentlemen. I want to price these for you because we have an incredible deal. These are extremely hard to find. And this is a complete collection. Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. The three mints that struck the entire issue of the 1943s. And I want you to keep in mind how rare these coins are. Check this out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are offering 3 of these coins. 3 of these coins, not for $2,500, though we should be, or $1,500. But I want you to check this out. I'm going to start out by showing you where the market's at vis-a-vis auctions, which is one of the best ways to illustrate what a great price we have. This is a Mint State 67 coin that was auctioned off for $336. It's a 1943 Mint State 67 struck at Philadelphia. Next, I have a 1943 struck at Denver. This is also an auction price realized. That one coin brought $990. And the grade of that coin is a Mint State 67. Every one of the coins that we're putting together in this 3-coin collection, the complete PD&S 1943 Lincoln Steel Cent War issue, $595. Really important, $595. Here's a 1943S. $576. So add them up, ladies and gentlemen. You got $336. You have $576. You have $990 out there by auction. Look at those amazing deals that people got. They are watching this show right now because they want to add to the unbelievable collection that they have for Lincoln Cents like we all do. And I'm not saying that to be cute. This is really rare territory. And the opportunity to get these, I have never seen a set like this come around for any kind of money, let alone $595. Now look at this, ladies and gentlemen. MS 68 Plus. Finest known, 1943. I want to show you basically one grade up what you're looking at. Look at that coin right there. That was an auction price realized at $33,600. That was a 1943 struck at Philadelphia. Look at this one, 1943S, Mint State 68 Plus as well. $15,600. That was a price realized, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the finest known. So when we're talking about the set we're dealing with, one grade below the 6/8, yes, that's a 6/8 plus, but one grade below is the coins that we're offering. I'm often accused of being way too excited during my presentations, but I'll tell you what really makes me excited is collecting real Mint State rarity for so much less. This is compelling because those of you who have never dreamed of collecting Lincoln Cents, this is a great place to start. This is one of the rarest issues. This was an issue that was just done once for 1943. This was literally an emergency issue where at the last minute, because of the vital need for copper for the war effort, copper was removed from the production of Lincoln Cents in just 1 year, 1943, and steel and zinc were substituted. So this happened only one time. The mintages were tremendous, and I'll tell you why. Because the Lincoln Cent in 1943 was a mainstay of the economy. A penny really did spend for something good. You could really spend a penny and get something. I don't know if you guys remember growing up, the penny and how vital it was to your everyday life, because you could buy things as a kid or as an adult for a penny. A penny went somewhere. These coins, when they were saved, tended to suffer from environmental damage because they were plated with zinc and underneath they were made of steel, not stainless steel. So corrosion was automatic. So the few coins that survived, you saw those figures in terms of how difficult it is for any grade of Mint State. Wow, the 1943 piece, I think it was 1 in 20,000. The D and the S, it was over 8,000 for one and 7,000 for another. That is 1 in 8,000, 1 in 7,000 that occur in any grade of Mint State. I want to give you a little backdrop to why it is so important an issue. For years, the government has been trying to get rid of the Lincoln Cent. But Lincoln was such a beloved figure of history and did so much for the United States of America that this image of Lincoln will never be replaced. And the penny itself will never, never be discontinued just simply because of the image of Abraham Lincoln and what he meant in the United States of America. Now, I think everybody knows that Lincoln fought the Civil War. He was the guiding force behind the United States of America, lasting through the Civil War, coming out triumphant, the North, and the Union being preserved. But how Lincoln made it to the presidency is probably just as equally compelling as the story that we all know about the president during the Civil War, about the president being assassinated at the beginning of his second term. How Lincoln went from poverty to the presidency is one of the greatest stories in history. And one thing that really stands out are the famed Lincoln-Douglas debates of 1858. Lincoln wanted to become a member of the Senate. And back then, and this was true up until 1913, all members of the Senate were chosen by their individual state's legislature. So there was no election that Lincoln could win. It was a function of the legislature's majority in the particular party that chose the state senators. So the Lincoln-Douglas debates took place in Illinois in all of the regions, all of the counties in which voting would take place for the state legislature. Thousands of people came to watch these debates. And it's gone down in history as really highlighting how it made Lincoln. because in the original first debate, Lincoln fared very poorly. But by the second and the third, his personality began to shine through, and his stature as a politician began to rise with every single debate. Until finally, at the conclusion of the last and seventh debate, Lincoln was so highly thought of by the whole entire population of the country, and most people thought that he had a great chance of becoming the next president of the United States of America. This is a photo of Abraham Lincoln that was taken from the time period of the Lincoln-Douglas debates. And you can see that it is a Lincoln that is clean-shaven, a Lincoln with one hand on a book, very studious. And this image was meant to portray power and compassion and wisdom. And this is one of the photos that launched Lincoln to the presidency. Now, in 1909, to honor and celebrate Lincoln's 100th birthday, a Lincoln cent was designed by Victor David Brenner. And it was originally intended just to be a one-year type to honor the 100th anniversary of Lincoln's birth in 1809. The design was so compelling and so beloved that it immediately stuck, and the Lincoln cent was continued to be struck. And this was something that was completely not planned. Now, originally, when Victor David Brenner designed the Lincoln cent, it became famous because of a very certain issue, the 1909 SVDB. And the whole thing behind the SVDB was Victor David Brenner's, the VDB, prominently displayed on the reverse of the Lincoln cent. Now, this was traditionally not done on coins. The designer of coins would generally hide their initials. In this case, they were prominently displayed. There was an uproar that ensued, and the initials were removed. But the fame and the legend of the Lincoln cent was born right there in 1909. In 1959, the reverse of the Lincoln cent was changed to the Lincoln Memorial back to honor the 150th anniversary of Lincoln's birth. And then again, in 2009, to honor the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, there were 4 distinct different reverses just for 1 year that was used on the 2009 issue. 4 different designs. In 2010, the design we know today as the shield reverse was adopted, and it has continued to be the reverse of the Lincoln cent. So the Lincoln cent has evolved. This Lincoln cent right here is the only emergency issue of a Lincoln cent ever issued. And only just a couple that have ever been issued in the history of the United States of America. Now, lately, emergency issues have been all the rage because we know that there have been American Silver Eagles that have been issued by the Mint under emergency powers. And so it has brought light to one of the original great issues. One last time, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we are talking about, let's see, we had one $950, that's $1,400, then another 3. We're talking $1,800 out there, ladies and gentlemen, that we're able to bring you for $595. That almost sounds like a used car salesman pitch. You know that? But in this case, ladies and gentlemen, this is so important. Now, you watch Rare Collectibles TV because we bring you deals that also qualify as rarity. That is seldom found. We encompass an unbelievable price with unbelievable rarity. And not to mention, something that is so in demand and collected by literally millions of collectors around the world. There are billions of Lincoln cents and literally hundreds of thousands of collections of coins that have been put together in date runs. The most important date you can get from the 1940s is the lone year of emergency issue, 1943. To be able to source that 3-coin set, complete, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, in one of the highest grade known, Mint State 67, that's an accomplishment. To be able to bring it to you at $595, I almost slammed on the table because this is so important. To be able to bring you this deal at $595. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why these coins bring close to $1,800 on the open market. They are truly rare, truly valuable, and truly in demand. Get a 3-coin set. You gotta have one of these in your collection. If you've never collected Lincoln Cents, this might be a great way to start, because next to the 09 SVDB and maybe a couple other issues, this is one of the most important. Remember how important Lincoln was to the history of this country, to the history of the world, and his coins, the coins that bear his image, are some of the most collected coins in all the world. You got to get it. You just got to. I want a set, but you know, Mark asked me, one of the camera guys asked me before this started, if that's all we had. If that's all we have on the display. And I said, I'm afraid so. This deal is spread thin. There aren't many of these. This is a no-wait situation, ladies and gentlemen. I don't mean to be pushy, but it really demands your attention. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay tuned, because when we bring coins like this to the air, they never last long, and I hope you get a set. Thank you very much.
When I look back at the Eagle design, it was just part of what I was doing because it was a crunch time and we were doing models, we were doing designing, then we were doing more models. So it was just an everyday progression. So it's not just a matter of getting the artwork done, because then you got to make reductions. And then when you get reductions, you have to have what they call test strikes, where they take the blanks, various dimensions of blanks, and they strike what they call trial dies. They have a test strike, and they determine what kind of blank fits the artwork and gets the best fill. But what that means is gets the clearest image. So there's a long process you go through, and then you evaluate. You lay them out and you evaluate each coin struck at different dimensions, and the clearest one and the best struck one is the die with the specific specifications that you go with. It's nothing that, like, you complete the design and in a week you have a coin. No, it could take months. It could take months, and it's a very long, tedious process. When I was working on the design for the Eagle, I never, in my wild imagination, knew that it would be such a long-lasting coin. And I just knew I wanted something classical and sophisticated to do for that design, because I knew that Weinman's reverse was on the obverse. I've done a lot of research on Weinman. I had a lot of respect for Weinman. So having all these years, partnering with him on that coin has been very special to me.
I love silver dollars, folks. The United States minted silver dollars. When I first started buying and selling rare coins in the early 1980s, I was always looking for the finest silver dollars for my clients. Since then, I have built among the finest collections of Morgan dollars in existence. In fact, many of my clients have gotten awards from NGC for the finest collections of proof Morgan dollars. #1 ranked full collections, complete sets of proof Morgan dollars. Here's one that was given out in 2004. Finest collection, outstanding achievement, Everest collection of proof Morgan dollars. In fact, I have a picture of one of those coins right here. The finest known 1879 proof Morgan dollar. Now here's the thing. If you came to me and asked me, Rick, can you put a collection of Morgan dollars in proof condition like that for me today? I'd have to tell you no. I can't do that today. Those coins that I put together in that collection some 20 years ago, you can't find them anymore, folks. They're spread throughout the country in various collections. It is not possible to do. What I have today is a set of some amazing proof American Silver Eagles. Folks, this is a silver dollar for the 21st century. This is a silver dollar that if you're collecting for the very first time, This is like those Proof Morgan dollars of yore, where you can still assemble a finest collection, finest known, highest possible grade at an affordable cost. The Proof American Silver Eagle is the perfect silver dollar for the 21st century for you. In the finest possible condition, Proof American Silver Eagles in NGC Everest quality Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. This is as good as it gets. There are no Proof 71s. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are many coins in this set which are extremely scarce in the condition you see them in. In fact, they're all very scarce, but there are some that are just rarer than the others. This is a great place to begin if you want to build the most stunning silver dollar collection at such a collector-friendly price that you can build and have something that'll just be so good for you and so good to you in the years and decades ahead. Now, why as a collector do I find the American Silver Eagle so appealing? Well, first of all, it's a United States minted coin with all the words and symbols struck on every coin that embody what our great country is all about and what we strive to become. I don't think any American citizen will say we are a perfect nation and that we still don't have work to do. But it's all about what we stand for and what we strive to become. I love what America stands for. And this coin, in its words, symbols, and images, is a daily reminder of what it means to be an American. These American Eagle silver dollars are by far the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. They're much larger than a Morgan dollar. Indeed, the Morgan dollar compares in size to the American Eagle in about the same proportion as a half dollar compares in size to a Morgan dollar. It's a huge coin. While the Morgan dollar is a silver dollar struck in 90% silver, it's about 0.77 an ounce of silver, while the American Silver Eagle is a full ounce of silver, 0.999 pure, from silver mined in the United States of America. And then there is the artistry, beginning with the obverse. Lady Liberty, first appearing on what is now referred to as the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916, reappeared for this American Silver Eagle series in 1986. Originally designed by Adolph Weinman, this is one of the great masterpieces, one of the iconic representations of Lady Liberty that's ever appeared on an American coin. Now, the model for Weinman's Lady Liberty is thought to be Audrey Munson. She was referred to as America's Venus, the first supermodel. Her likeness is on statues throughout New York City, in parks, at the top of municipal buildings, and in museums. She is also referred to as the most visible New York woman that you don't know. There she is, as Lady Liberty, gracefully striding across the landscape toward the sun and a new dawn of a new day, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of peace, hope, ultimately liberty itself. Draped in the American flag, carrying branches of laurel and oak in her left arm, symbolic of civil and military glory. Now is the perfect time to begin building a collection of these classics, folks, if you haven't already. And this is the perfect set, in the finest possible condition, the highest possible grade, every coin reviewed by me with my Everest seal, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and all for a truly collector-friendly price. Now, if you're new to collecting, Proof 70, a grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either NGC or PCGS, these are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. And very few coins of this size are flawless under high magnification. I'd like you to take a look at these magnificent American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. condition, beginning with the 2003, all struck at West Point. Every coin, an Everest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, 2003, 2004, 2005. These first three issues, folks, are semi-key dates. They're extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get to 2006, the quality control, the technology at the Mint saw gradual improvements in the coins being produced, minted, coming from the West Point Mint. So you begin to see more Proof 70s, but these are still very, very scarce coins. And then 2008, and then we have 2010. There were no proofs struck in 2009. Because what happened, by law, the Mint was obligated to strike mint state American Silver Eagles for everybody that ordered one. And there was a tremendous, tremendous rush to silver coinage in 2009. The Mint ended up striking over 30 million American Silver Eagles in mint state, and they actually ran out of silver for the proof issues. Collectors were so upset that the Mint promised never again to run out of silver for the proof American Silver Eagle. And we finish with the last two coins in this set, the 2010 and the 2011. Now, in past presentations, I have offered these American Silver Eagles in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, that ultimate flawless Proof 70, are so few and far between. Now, first of all, again, these are Proof American Silver Eagles, or proof coins. There's a big difference between a mint state coin and a proof coin. The mint state coins are struck in much higher numbers. You take a look at that mint state American Silver Eagle. It has the traditional silvery, satiny surface, and you'll find bag marks on it as well. These coins were struck. You would see coins that would braid with one another. They'd get small bag marks and ticks. Proof coins, on the other hand, are really special. They're meant to represent the state of the minter's art. They're nothing new. The Mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, only dignitaries, ambassadors, kings, or queens could receive a proof coin from the U.S. Mint as a gift, as a source of pride from our country that we could produce something of such high quality. To make a proof coin, the concept has never changed. You take the finest possible dies. Today they would take those dies, polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. They would acid etch the cameo effect into the die to create a really strong cameo frosted effect, so Liberty would be frosted white. These dies would be put in place, and every coin would be slowly inserted into these dies and they would not be struck once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, the coins would not be ejected into a bin, they would be individually handled. When you bought your proof coin, it would come in this kind of government packaging, as you see here. This is an original government set. The traditional packaging, a very nice custom packaging. It came straight from the Mint, but look, notice the spot and around the periphery, around 3, 4 o'clock there by the rim. That doesn't come off, folks. That's part of the production problems that they had at the Mint. And that's what makes the Proof 70s so rare. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive, and especially when you're talking about American and Silver Eagle in proof. The dies had to be replaced far more frequently because they had to strike these coins and double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. So you had frequent changes of the die. The Mint could only strike a limited number of these coins. And in fact, if you were to buy a proof American Silver Eagle directly from the Mint today, it would cost you over $70, even though silver's around $26, $27. You can get a Mint State American Silver Eagle for about the price of silver. The proofs, however, are far more expensive because it is so labor intensive. Now, timing is everything. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. New designs coming for the reverse of the American silver eagle. And there you see the eagles for the new reverses for the gold and silver American eagle. The American silver eagle, which had traditionally been struck with the heraldic eagle reverse design, which originally came from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s, where the heraldic eagle first appeared. And here we have an actual silver dollar from that era, the reverse of that coin, with that heraldic eagle reverse. John Mercanti, when he had designed the American silver eagle in 1986, he used Adolph Weinman's obverse of the Lady Liberty, and he took that heraldic eagle reverse, made his own updated version of it, and used that for these earliest American silver eagle coins. And that reverse, the last year of that incredible creation, is 2021. And folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse, and the coins were offered for sale in proof, the Mint sold out in a record 3 minutes. Orders were filled in 3 minutes. In fact, some people are saying it was under 3 minutes. It was around 2 minutes. But that's a record. I don't think that'll ever be broken. Now, what does that mean for you? What's happening, folks, is that there are so many new collectors coming into the market every day. And the demand for these American silver eagles has just exploded over the last several years. To put these sets together in proof is so much more challenging than putting these sets together in mint state. There were so fewer proof struck than mint state coins. When you look at the total mintages of all the mint state American silver eagles and all the proof American silver eagles, you gain an appreciation of why this set I have for you today in proof is so special. Where you can see the mint state coins, the mintages were typically between 5 and 40 million struck in any given year. In only 2 years did they strike more than 1 million proof American silver eagles. The proof production represents only about 4% of the production compared to the mint state coins. Now, what's of greatest importance to you is the rarity of these coins in proof 70. Because the mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 70. Take a look at these population totals, beginning with the first year of issue of the series, the 1986S. And here we have both the PCGS and NGC numbers, and you can see there are a lot fewer examples graded by NGC than PCGS in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you see some years where fewer than 2,000 coins have been certified in proof 70 Ultra Cameo in those early years. Those early years struck at the San Francisco Mint, and then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they transferred production to the West Point Mint. And then when we get to the West Point numbers, it's the earliest years which are the most elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The toughest dates by far are the 2001 and 2002. They are rare, folks. Here's a 2001 that sold in auction for almost $4,000. But then again, those first 5 years are really tough years in the West Point series. Technology began to see gradual improvements at the West Point Mint. You see more proof 70s being graded. Until you get to the later years when you look at the 2016, 95,000 certified. In fact, you look at the 2021, a coin that just came out, and it's already has 70,000 coins graded. And the 2020, with the 75th anniversary of World War II, a highly, highly desirable coin, around 15,000 already certified in 70 Ultra Cameo. Those folks go for $2,000 to $3,000. And here's one listed that's being offered for $2,400. That's what they go for. This is why I put this set together. When you look at the populations of the coins that I have in this set that go from 2003 to 2011, you've got coins like the 2003 with only 11,000 coins certified, 2004 only 12,000, 2005 only 15,000. The last coin in the set, the 2011 44,000. I have been most fortunate to get first crack at a really historic collection of original West Point proof American Silver Eagles. I cherry-picked this collection, folks. It took me about a week. And the dates you have here on display are the dates that I am able to offer complete sets on while I have them. There are a lot of coins that came out of the collection that are proof 69s. But here's the really great part for you. I'm going to be offering the proof 69s at a future date, but they're not going to be that much less than this proof 70 set. This proof 70 set, folks, is available for less than $225 a coin. I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. The entire set is only $1,795. The American Silver Eagles have so many collectors, new collectors coming into the market. We can't get enough of them, especially in proof 70 and proof 69 condition. This proof 70 set that you see here, I could easily offer at $24.95 and we would sell them, but it wouldn't be my best price to you. I was extremely fortunate to get first crack on these, and we got some extraordinary proof 70 grades on this small group you see here. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $1,795. That's less than $225 per coin. Now, if you can't afford the entire set, there are a couple options. Option number one, if you just want to get one American Silver Eagle, you can get either the 2010 or the 2011 at $229. Those are the coins that I have the most of, and if you want an individual example, you can get one for only $229. There is a limit of 5 per coin per caller, okay? I have to put a limit of 5 because I can't have somebody calling in and ordering 80 of them, because that would about clean me out of the 2010s, and then we wouldn't be able to offer any sets. So there is a 5 coin limit if you want to just get a 2010 or a 2011 West Point in proof 70. They're only $229 a coin. If you want to get the entire set, it's $1,795. It includes all those really tough dates. The 2003, 2004, 2005, all extremely elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And if you can't swing the entire $1,795 today, we have the set available on our 2-payment option, where all you have to do is put half down today of $897.50. And we'll hold this set for you and pay the balance in 30 days. $224.37 a coin. This is a set, folks, for the collector of today. These stunning proof American Silver Eagles in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect place to start. You're getting some of the more elusive dates in the highest possible grade. The timing of this couldn't be better. With so many new collectors coming into the market, really attracted to this historic new reverse design that came out in 2021, which makes these earlier American Silver Eagles really important key dates, because it's these earlier issues which are so much rare in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's these earlier issues that the future collectors for this series are going to be really looking for to complete their sets. That's how it's always been. When you look at Morgan dollars, and you want to complete your Morgan dollar set in mint state, well, you've got a lot of really tough dates. I mean, the 1893S Morgan dollar in just MS60 condition right now is up to about $200,000, simply because it's the rarest date in the series. And then there are other dates which are really elusive, you know, like an 1884S, very rare, not as rare as a 93S, but very rare coin. Also, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you see very much the same thing with the American Silver Eagles. You're going to have your common dates, these coins that are now being struck by the U.S. Mint, where the production quality is so high, the vast majority grade proof 70. But once you get into the earlier years, like you see in this set here, you've got some really elusive dates, but I have them at a common date, price, and that's the key. You've got all the upside. The entire set, only $1,795. Got a lot of people calling in. This is a situation where we have people who take advantage of our 2-payment option, put half down today. We can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper, all right? I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching. Morgan Silver Dollars,
Buffalo Nickels,
American Silver Eagles,
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty Quarters,
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas,
Steel Cent,
Liberty Head, and St. Gaudens Double Eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars, coins from the screw press era,
Cap Bust Halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
I'm inviting you in to what is the most anticipated mint release in decades. After 35 years, the United States Mint is retiring John Mercanti's heraldic eagle reverse on the American Silver Eagle dollar after 35 years. Now, this news has been greeted in an amazing way because, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final issue of this great silver dollar, the 2021 Type 1 American Silver Eagle dollar in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade with our exclusive label. And I want to tell you folks out there, this coin, as we speak, is setting records. In fact, it set every record you could possibly set for a sellout of a coin. What you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is completely sold out right now. We have 1,000 of these coins, and that's it. And after they are gone, folks, they're gone. Because what you're looking at was the quickest sellout of an American silver dollar, really of any coin I have ever seen. In less than 5 minutes, over 325,000 of these coins were sold, and they are all gone. If you don't order one now, you're not going to get one. This is the last Silver Eagle of its kind. A new design on the reverse and a refreshed obverse will be replacing this 35-year-long tradition of issuing the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever issued. Larger than a Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. let's take a look at why these coins are so popular. Since 1986, this coin has been issued. Collectors have taken to this coin to the point where it has become the most popular silver dollar in the country. Now, since 1986 to the present time, there have been over 541 million business strikes that have been struck and shipped out of the U.S. Mint. For the collector, over 27 million proofs. And truth be told, the business strikes have become just as sought after by collectors as the collector's kinds. It's amazing. Burnished die is also a collector's version, which has been issued just since 2006, over 3 million coins. A few examples have been struck in reverse proof, not even 900,000 coins. But when you add up all of those hundreds of millions of coins, it gives you an indication why. The last coin of its kind, the last heraldic eagle reverse, the last design of John Mercanti's, the 12th chief engraver, is happening right now. John Mercanti started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. John Mercanti was a master die engraver, a master sculptor. In fact, here you see an actual image of John creating the very first reverse for the Silver Eagle dollar. And he did this in what is known as a plaster. So by hand, he created that heraldic eagle reverse. And from that plaster, the main die is created. It's a long and laborious process that had to involve the artist's touch. And you can see, as he created this reverse in a much larger version to be reduced down to the dollar-sized coin. These are actual images of him performing the work. Spectacular. That right there is the lasting tribute to the great work of John Mercanti, who was a prolific coin designer and sculptor at the U.S. Mint from 1974 all the way to 2010. He became the chief engraver and just the 12th chief engraver in 2006. And he retired in 2010. And now, his reverse is retiring as well. And it will be replaced. So, for all you collectors out there, let me say a magic word to you. A transitional coin is what you're looking at. Mid-year, the U.S. switching from the original Type 1 heraldic eagle reverse. And by the way, enough credit is not given to John Mercanti for also enhancing the obverse of that coin. The original Adolph A. Weinman design brought to life on a coin twice the size of the half dollar that it originally appeared on, so that you can see detail that John himself engraved on those dies to make that design of the Walking Liberty come to life. It had never been before like this. That was all John Mercanti. So, transitional year. You know, in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, an Indian head cent was issued. But also in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, the very first Lincoln penny, transitioning in mid-year from the Indian cent to the Lincoln cent. And collectors love these transitional coins because they don't happen a lot. There's a 1909 Indian head penny in a spectacular grade, and look at what it brought. And here, issued the same year, is the 1909 Lincoln penny, transitioning from Indian to Lincoln in the same year. And look at that coin, a monster. Now, the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, 1907 was the first year, but that was a transitional year as well. Here's an 07 St. Gaudens. But in 1907, the Mint also issued a 1907 Liberty $20 gold double eagle. Transitional year. You could really say that this year will be a transitional year for the Silver Eagle dollar. And you're getting an opportunity to buy the last one before they transition to Type 2. 1921. Morgan dollar transitioned into the 1921 peace dollar. So there have been a couple examples in the history of numismatics when there have been transition, same date of a coin, same face value, different design. There has never been as much interest in a transitional coin as there is in this one. The series, ladies and gentlemen, that has gone on for 35 years is ending now, right now. There is a final mintage figure on this coin, and they were just released. I'm talking about moments ago. Incredibly, over 325,000 of these coins were scooped up in one day. We're lucky. We have 1,000 coins in perfect proof 70 with a final tribute label to John Mercanti, autographed by John Mercanti, with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti artwork. It's an exclusive label to Rare Collectibles TV, and that means a whole lot, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want everybody to know, this is a pre-sale. It's going to be about 30 days and you will receive your coins, but I have got to tell you, if you don't order now, the chances are, in fact, not just the chances are, you're not going to get one. Believe it or not, this coin is so popular that over 1,800 of these coins went out the door per second in the sellout. Per second. 327,000 coins gone like that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you, of that 327,000 coins, every one of the ones that we have, the 1,000 coins, are all perfect grade proof 70. All ultra cameo, the highest grade you can get. In coin grading, we use something called the Sheldon grading scale. And basically what it is, it goes from 1 all the way to 70. Now, 1 being the worst quality you can get. You don't want a coin that grades 1. The highest pinnacle that you can achieve is the number 70. And in this case, a proof, a coin with a mirrored background, a coin with a satin or frosty image of Liberty, what we call the device. You see, any part of a silver dollar with raised lettering or raised design is known as the device of the coin. And any part of the coin that is free of any lettering or any design is known as the field. So as you look at this coin right here, you see the background appears as black because it's a mirror. And when it comes to collector coins, coins that are struck for the collector, what you're looking at is the ultimate design, a proof collector's coin, a coin that will be struck a minimum of 2 times to bring out all of the detail. Now, I want you to take a look at some of the other amazing United States Silver Eagle dollars that have been issued that have gotten to be so sought after by collectors and world famous. Let's take a look at a really kind of a short list. The first year, 1986, 1.4 million coins, everyone in the collector's hands. 1995, 1993, and 1994. I put that one on the list because it is one of the lowest mintage of regular issues of the proofs that the Mint has ever issued. Key date. But the new 2021 from West Point, a Type 1, because there will be a Type 2 for 2021, which will be released later on this year. But what you're looking at is an opportunity, a last chance to get the final original Type 1 issue. Now, the mintage is really low. It's even lower than a 1994, which is a key date in the series. And take a look. The mintage of the 1994, 372,168. The 2021, 327,440. Now, take a look at this. In a perfect proof 70 grade, this is what you're up against for a 1994. Almost $3,000 at auction. Higher mintage than the coin that we're talking about right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, for the coin that has been anticipated, you know, it took 35 years in the making for this coin to come to market. It's the last of its kind. The reverse is being retired, so no more of John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse of the early American silver dollars that he designed, that he crafted for this great silver dollar. And he did this back in 1986, ladies and gentlemen. The last one right now. Get ready, because I want you to know, now this is serious. We have a maximum quantity on this of 25 coins per household, if you will. Here's how we're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. A single coin, $379. $379. In a perfect proof 70 grade with an autograph label by John Mercanti, the designer of the reverse, with a special Rare Collectibles TV special label, which we have exclusively. And once again, I want to show you folks why this is so exciting. We're at $379 for a single coin, and I hope you're on the line looking to get quantity, because there's quantity pricing. But I want to show you where the world is at right now. We're at $379 for a single coin. There's a great price at $490. I'm telling you, that is a great price, but not as good as Rare Collectibles. $379 for a single coin. Here's an opportunity to buy 5 coins for $375 each. $1,875. And we're going to split that into 2 equal payments of $937.50. Folks, you can get 10 coins. 10 coins are going to be $369 each, $3,690. And again, take advantage of the opportunity to split that $3,690 into 2 equal payments of $1,845. There is a limit to 25 coins that you can order, and I must tell you, this is a monumental event in the history of these coins. Number one, it's the last one. 35 years, this series has been going strong, and you are looking at the final example of the reverse. And forevermore, from 1986 to 2021, will be called Type 1. Mid-year of 2021, a Type 2 will be issued with a new reverse and a new designer of that reverse. But here is an exclusive opportunity. We only were able to get our hands on 1,000 of these coins. And judging by the fact that in one day, over 325,000 of these coins disappeared from the mint, sold out, they're not going to last. I got to tell you, folks, I am prevented from owning even one of these coins, but you got to take advantage of this. $379. Now, why does everybody like this coin so much? Number one, it features the design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar that was created by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. This design was brought back under the Liberty Coin Act, signed by Ronald Reagan in 1985. That was the law that was passed that allowed the Treasury to begin striking the silver dollar. And they have struck the silver dollar since 1986. The series has been going strong since 1986. And we have thousands and thousands of collectors, mega thousands, who purchase the entire collection from 1986 all the way to 2020. And we offer that in a perfect Proof 70 grade and also in a Proof 69, near perfection grade as well. We cannot keep enough of those complete collections in stock, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final addition to that collection. So right off the bat, we only have 1,000 coins. You got to have this coin. It's the last one. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. As I am talking to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this issue didn't even last 5 minutes. Can you believe that? Totally gone. A low mintage, lower than the 1994. And I keep saying that because that 1994 is a key date coin. And they sell for almost $3,000 at auction when one comes around, if you're lucky enough to be the final bidder. So this is the opportunity to get in ground floor on this coin. Because don't forget, what we're doing here is a photograph, because this coin has yet to arrive at our doorstep. But we can guarantee that you will be part of 1,000, well, more than 1,000, because we're letting folks right now, and this is probably going to be the only opportunity to do this, to purchase up to 25 of these coins, to put these away, because if ever there was a coin that deserves to be put away, this is the coin. 35 years in the making. A retiring reverse that was done by the father of the reverse of the American Silver Eagle, John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. He started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. The original John Mercanti reverse that he crafted in the very beginning of the program in 1986 has graced the reverse of this dollar since that time. No more. This is the final issue. So no wonder the coin sold out in record time. No wonder over 327,000 of these coins went like that. Now, as I was saying, we have the highest attainable grade and designation for these coins. A perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, that black and white contrast that you see displaying on the coin is the Cameo, in this case, Ultra Cameo. And it is the highest designation. So you're getting the finest quality attainable. There will be no higher quality or higher grade. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. Over 500 million mint state Silver Eagles have been issued. And I just want to give you a little idea of the staggering amount of coins as a total and per year. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because these are the coins by which collectors have gravitated to, have bought right off the bat, have put into complete collections. Now, these are mint states. The amazing amount of these coins that have been struck at the U.S. Mint and shipped out, over 500 million coins. There are millions of collectors for these coins. And so many collectors are compiling complete collections that this coin, now what we're talking about here is a proof. I'm illustrating just how many millions and millions of collectors there are by showing you some of the mintages of the business strikes, which has become so collectible themselves. And I want to show you also the collector's versions. Now, you remember I mentioned that over 27 million of these special coins that are struck a minimum of 2 times, and the mint goes above and beyond to create the ultimate silver dollar. And I want you to take a look. Every year, collectors order directly from the U.S. Mint, and take a look at the amount of coins that collectors are purchasing of these silver dollars every year. But something that will never be able to be said again for these type 1s. That 2021 W proof with a mintage of 327,440 gone in one day. If that doesn't tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. And we have them. You're going to want to get 30 or 40 of these. There's a limit of 25. This is very important. If you buy a single coin, if you buy a deal of 5 or you buy a deal of 10, you will receive this unbelievable book. This book was authored by John Mercanti. Miles Standish contributed as well. There's a foreword that was written by Michael Reagan, and one of our great friends of the show as well, a great coin philosopher. And this book has the entire history of this great silver dollar. And this book will take you through the creation, through the striking, through the design, through the stories, just some of the great work that was done by John Mercanti. It just has everything. And this is complimentary with every single order that is placed. If you buy a single coin, the lot of 5 or 10, you're going to get this great book. Finally, this coin comes with an exclusive label. And this is a big deal, folks, because RCTV is the only company with this exclusive label that is autographed by John Mercanti and features artwork that was derived from a sculpture of Ronald Reagan that John Mercanti did himself. So it all ties in. Ronald Reagan, the father of the American Eagle program. John Mercanti, the designer of the heraldic eagle reverse. The final issue in this 35-year series ends right now on this show with this coin. So don't miss out. $379 for a single entity. And also don't forget, this is a pre-sale. You will receive your coins in about 30 days' time. But one thing you will be guaranteed, you're locked in. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed a perfect Proof 70 issue, or 5 of them, or 10 of them, or a total of 25 of them for a great price. So last time, last call, $379 and a book for a single issue. 5 coins, $1,875. That's $375 a coin. You could split that into 2 equal payments. You also get the great book. And for a lot of 10, the price drops to $369 per coin. Per coin. $36.90 for 10 coins, and you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,845. And you will get a book there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a historic day in numismatics. If you don't get this now, there's a great chance, especially for the price that we're selling at, you will not get one at all. Because remember, 1,800 coins per second went out the door at the U.S. Mint. We were in line. We got them. We got some. Don't miss out. Don't wait, because they are going. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great coins. And wow! What else can you say? Wow! Thank you for watching. Rare Collectibles TV. I'm your host, James Gerstel, and we have a really exciting gold presentation. This coin is flat out rare. First of all, it's an American Gold Eagle. It happens to be a particular part of the series that is traditionally and generally struck in the lowest mintages of any of the sizes that they strike the American Gold Eagle in. This coin has rarity that is amazing, and we judge this rarity a couple of ways for this coin. It is absolutely one of the rarest Gold Eagles ever issued. It's a mint state coin that is grading in a perfect MS-70 grade. Mint state Gold Eagles do not grade in a perfect mint state 70 grade often. In fact, it's quite scarce to obtain one of these coins in a perfect grade. This is the mint state version. This is the coin that is struck for quantity and struck on a high-speed press. This is the coin that is issued to fulfill a demand. Now, I'm not going to say that quality is not foremost on the mint's mind whenever they strike anything, but perfection is another matter altogether. And what we're featuring right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the half-ounce Gold Eagle. Since 1986, every year, this coin has been minted in mint state. The thing about this coin that makes it very special, of the 4 sizes of the American Gold Eagle, this half-ounce Eagle is the size that is produced in the smallest quantity, the smallest mintages, year in and year out. Almost every single one of these issues, beginning in 1986, have a smaller mintage than any of the other sizes in the series of Gold Eagles. The low mintage of these coins. You would never expect a coin like this to have a mintage this low. Let's take a look. What we've done here, ladies and gentlemen, for just the half-ounce Gold Eagle, and just in mint state, we have published all of the mintages. And you can see, for instance, when you compare to the 1-ounce coin, that these mintages, even at the top mintage, is much smaller than all of those other issues. Now, what we've done here is we've put the mintages in descending order. Now, I want to show you the real nuts and bolts so we can get right into it. Now, we're featuring the 2019. The reason why we're featuring this coin is that dramatic, absolute rarity of mintage. In fact, since 1986, there has only been one date, 1 year of the half-ounce Gold Eagle that has a lower mintage than the 2019 that we're featuring on today's show. And that mintage is 24,100. Now, in red, you see the 2019 at 30,000. Right above that, you see the 1990p. And what really got me going about this opportunity for this coin was what the 1990 and, of course, the 1991 and many of the other issues that you see on these tables. With mintages that are higher, how they have performed and how collectible they've become and how difficult they are to acquire today. Take a look. 1990. 1990 until the 2019 half-ounce Gold Eagle came along was the second lowest mintage date in the series at 31,000 coins minted. Now I want you to take a look here at what these coins bring in the marketplace. That one brought over $3,100 at auction. This coin that auctioned off for over $3,100 is a mint state 69. Not the 70s that we're offering. We're offering 2019s with a lower mintage. This coin in a mint state 69 brought over $3,100. The coins we're featuring right now are in a perfect mint state 70 grade. A little bit of history for this coin. First of all, beginning in 1986, the United States government has issued this coin. Now, what's made this program so long-lasting and so popular is the fact that the obverse of the coin is the design of the original $20 gold St. Gaudens. Now, that's a design that every collector is enamored of, and every collector longs to own a $20 gold piece or any United States coin that features the design made famous originally by Augusta St. Gaudens in 1907. It's simply put known as one of the most beautiful and artistic renderings of an allegorical, an example of liberty that was ever created. So right away, the cachet of Augusta St. Gaudens' masterpiece design, which has been going strong since 1907, is the impetus, is the reason why this coin is instantly recognizable as it is and sought after by collectors. You would be hard-pressed to ever get your hands on a version of a St. Gaudens with a mintage as low as this coin. You would have to spend an immense amount of money. I want you to take a look really quickly at what we're featuring here. This is a unique opportunity to own a special coin in a very special label. Now, it bears the signature of Miles Standish. Now, for those of you who watch our show, one of the first things you'll note, Miles Standish has done an immense amount for numismatics. He was one of the original, actually, grader at PCGS. He has brought coin grading into the realm of numismatics in such a way as that all us collectors have learned to rely on these grades. Not that Miles established, but that he adhered to. And PCGS and NGC, where he is now. These companies have an obligation to adhere to that Sheldon scale of grading. And it's because of that that when we have a Mint State 70 version of a coin that hardly ever occurs in a perfect grade, that this one bears all the history that had Miles involved, Ed Moy, the mint director, and most of all, the rarity of the most popular gold coin in the world today, the United States Gold Eagle. Our network here has a great connection with Miles Standish. We go even further than that. Ed Moy was a mint director, and all of this history is going to come together in this coin. Let me show you how it's going to be done. In 2011, the mint director, Edmund Moy, before he left office in 2011, he did something really special. He bestowed upon Miles a mint director's medal for his contributions to numismatics and to the U.S. Mint. Miles Standish isn't just a coin grader. He's a pioneer. He's a trailblazer. He thought of a lot of great programs, but I'll tell you what he really did that shines brighter than anything. He has graded some of the world's most famous and expensive coins. Now, I think all of us collectors have heard of the 1913 Liberty nickel. I mean, there were only 5 examples. They sell for $5, $6, $8 million. And if any ever come to market now, because they're all spoken for, they'll probably sell for $10 million or more. The 1804 silver dollar, the silver dollar from the King of Siam presentation set. Miles Standish, the grader of that coin. Well, that's one of the most priceless silver dollars ever issued, and one of the most famous. So Miles Standish, in a way, he took this coin under his wing, because I want you to notice something special about the labeling. First of all, take a look. It says, from a mint sealed box. Because I'll tell you, when you are looking for the highest examples of United States gold, United States Gold Eagles, the only place that you will get a perfect coin, a perfect condition coin, a Mint State 70, is from a U.S. mint sealed box. That's the only place. Without that, you're going to get a Mint State 69. The coins we're featuring right now are in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. We are offering this coin for $1,795. $1,795. And there is a toupee available too, and I'll get into that in a second. Now this is exciting, and I want to tell you, as the second lowest mintage, this is big news. Many of these coins of a mint state 70 are nearly impossible to acquire because these really low mintage coins that you have to go way back in history for have long been dispersed to collectors everywhere. Here's an example. The rarest of them all is the 1991. That is a mintage of 24,000. And in a perfect grade, that's a rare coin. Now I want you to see what a perfect grade of the rarest, nearly $8,000. And that's if you're lucky enough to find one. And that was an auction price. They don't come around every day, hardly ever. That one was almost $8,000. We're offering this coin for $1,795. Now, the Mint does a fantastic job appealing to collectors of all kinds, all over this great country, even all over the world. And there are millions of coin collectors. But most of the coin collectors, when you're out to get the finest known, when you're out to get the highest grades, most of us think we're never going to be able to touch those coins, that they come around so infrequently, and when we look at archival records of what they sell for, we're not able to land a single coin. I want to show you something else that makes this coin the most collectible of them all. I put together an absolute rarity table here. Now, almost every one of the coins on this rarity table are going to be the coins that we think of as the collector coins because we order them directly from the U.S. Mint. And those are the coins that are specially struck and specially manufactured to be the highest grades known. In fact, when those coins, and I'm speaking of the collector issues like the proofs, those coins are struck a minimum of 2 times. They are created from mirrored blanks to bring out all the detail. They are struck on a hand-operated coining press, 1 coin at a time, under immense pressure. So you would expect all the detail to be there. You would expect all the luster and all the strike. What you wouldn't expect is that kind of detail and that kind of strike from a mint state version. A coin that was struck on a high-speed press. A coin that every once in a while you'll get a perfect grade. And a coin going in has a mintage of only 30,000. So from the get-go, before a single one was graded, this was one of the rarest issues of them all. On this table right here are all collector coins from the United States Treasury. They're proofs, except for the one at the very bottom. And the one at the very bottom is the coin we're featuring, and that's a mint state. Now, I want you to notice, of all of those coins above that date in red, they all have higher mintages. They were all struck for the collector. They were all specially ordered by collectors directly from the U.S. Mint. And yet, in every single one of those coins there, you see a higher mintage. Not only do those coins have a higher mintage, they have a much higher selling price. These coins will not last because you cannot argue with facts and figures. It is rarer than some of the most collected of the gold eagles that we all love so much. It is the highest grade. It is, like I said, $1,795. I want you to take a look at this table right here. I was amazed to find that these great coins had such low mintages. I mean, 1987 at 143,398 is the highest of all of these mintages. 1993 proof, the mintage there is 43,819. That's really a low mintage. Now, it's no 30,000, I'll tell you that. Here's an example in a perfect proof 70 grade of that very coin. And that coin brought nearly $23,000 at auction. Here's a 1988. This is also a perfect proof 70 grade. That coin brought nearly $2,500. Everybody wants a proof gold eagle because of that mirrored background. and because of that low mintage. But when you stop to think, a mint state gold eagle of the same size in a perfect grade, that happens so infrequently at $1,795, when you stop to think about it, eye-opening. Absolute rarity. I'm searching around, and I found this coin right here. And I love this example because it bears the same label as our coin. And by the way, this label that we have, this issue that we have, this population is a mere 501 coins. That was the total universe as we stand today. And there's one right there, which I thought was a great price, $2,362. Perfect rated mint state 70. It's the second lowest mintage. It's a 2019, and it's $2,362. Now, the only thing that could be better than that is the same coin for $1,795, and that's what we're doing right now. At $1,795, we all work hard for our money, and when you spend $1,795 on a gold coin, you want it to be something spectacular. You want it to be something better than anything you own already. You want it to be maybe a centerpiece to your coin collection. This particular coin, this particular size, with a mintage of 30,000. You know, if you want a correlation to value, 1995, for the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, a special gold set was issued. And in that set was a silver eagle that has become famous because the mintage, it was 30,125. 125 more than this coin here. And the reason why I point that out, that coin is known as the absolute rarity amongst silver eagles. And so is the one in 2019 with a mintage of 30,000. World famous. Now, a 1995 W in a perfect grade is easily a $25,000 coin. So when I see absolute rarity in this coin, when I see the highest grade in this coin, when I see the pedigree of the label, when only 501 examples is the whole population of this special label, and spotting rarities, that's what we do here at Rare Collectibles TV better than anybody else does, because we're willing to do the work, to do the research, to go back in history, to look under every single, literally, every corner that we can to find the information that we need, and then to seek out those coins, those opportunities, because we know that's what building a coin collection is all about. It's starting at the ground floor and having the thrill of owning something incredibly rare. In this case, I love this coin because if you want rarer, you're going to have to spend $7 grand, $8 grand, even $10,000. To duplicate this rarity, folks, you just can't do it for the price that we have this coin selling at. There is nothing more in the world that I enjoy than discovering a coin like this, being able to present to you the highest possible grade, the highest quality. Don't miss out. When it comes to rarity, you are right now gonna own, since 1986, when you think of all sizes, one of the absolute rarest examples of the most popular gold coin in the world today. So, ladies and gentlemen, last opportunity, $1,795. And I want you to take a look, because I want to go over just a couple of the great reasons why you want to own this coin. First of all, look at the coin. Amazing. And the reason why it looks like that, it is absolutely in perfect condition. And it has been graded by multiple graders who all came to the same opinion that it's a perfect grade. It is the second lowest mintage in the entire series. and that is since 1986. It has an unbelievable pedigree connection to one of the pioneers. And in a way, if it wasn't for these pioneers of grading who brought us the guarantee impartial grading of these coins, we would not have the great hobby of numismatics today. And we do, because you can see every one of those coins are a matching perfect grade. There is no doubt that every one of these comps, comparison prices, every one of these charts, every one of the tables of mintages, the conclusion is this: no matter where you look, no matter how hard you try, there is only one date that has a lower mintage than this coin. So this coin right here is an unbelievable value and a rare coin. I have really tried to stress to you our commitment to numismatics is why we bring a coin like this to you. So thank you so much for watching. This is True Rarity. I guarantee you're going to love it. And don't go anywhere, because, you know, there's always something good right around the corner. See you soon.
I'm Jack McNamara, and I'm here outside of President Eisenhower's personal home and farm. Did you know that Eisenhower masterminded the plot to storm Nazi-occupied beaches of Normandy on June 6, 1944? This day is now famously known around the world as D-Day. This ingenious strategy laid the foundation for America and the Allied powers to prevail over Germany and the Axis powers in World War II. Stay tuned for more Rick's U.S. Coin Show right here on Rare Collectibles.
Sarah is smart. She stays connected with Rick's US Coin Show because she signed up for our weekly email update. She gets the latest info on Rick's picks, Jack's coin suggestions, videos, numismatic fun facts, and more. So go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up for our weekly email update. There's no obligation, and you can opt out at any time. Be smart. Be like Sarah. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the grade is the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the first bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been issued first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes, if those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they'd never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded Cameo coin, Ultra Cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were
You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.